Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Evidence for you. So thank you for your service today, and let's just go ahead and get started. We're in the defense case in chief, and Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
I do. The defense calls Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Okay, Mr. Reales Dominguez, good morning to you.
Good morning.
If I can have you stand at the podium. You've seen this routine. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, and we'll have you sit in the witness stand.
Okay.
Two lawyers to ask questions.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not be before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. State your first and last name in the record and spell them both.
Carlos Reales Dominguez, Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, how old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
What is your birthday?
October 5th, 2002,
Where were you born?
in El Salvador.
What is your father's name?
Juan Carlos Reales Campos,
And what is your mother's name?
Carla Dominguez,
Can you please spell your mother's first name?
Karla.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes,
How many siblings do you have?
2 siblings,
What are their names?
Dylan and Mia.
When was Dylan born?
He was born in March 18th, 2007.
Mr. Hutchinson, can I ask you to slow the pace down a little bit?
When was Mia born?
She was born in December 29th, 2011.
Were they born in El Salvador like you?
No,
Where were they born?
in Oakland.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, do you have a mental illness?
Yes,
What mental illness do you have?
schizophrenia.
Do you take medication for your schizophrenia?
Yes,
What medication do you take?
Cyprexa.
And have you been taking medication every day since August of 2023?
Yes,
Since you started taking medication, have you missed any days?
no,
When do you take your medication?
every night.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, was there a time when you did not believe that you had schizophrenia?
Yes,
Even after you started taking medication, was there a period of time when you did not believe you had schizophrenia?
yes,
When did you begin to accept that you had schizophrenia?
I think it was a little after I went to Atascadero, the state hospital.
We're going to talk about that later, but I'd like to begin with your childhood in El Salvador. Do you have memories of living in El Salvador?
Yes,
What town did you live in?
it was called Las Iletas.
Do you have any memories of being with your father in El Salvador?
No,
Do you have any memories of being with your mother in El Salvador?
no,
Who do you remember taking care of you when you lived in El Salvador?
It was mainly my grandmother,
What is your grandmother's name?
Emily Victoria.
Where did you and your grandmother live?
It was in a one-story house, but I do remember it had a big backyard.
Did anyone else live with you and your grandmother in that home?
No, it was just us two.
Did you have a grandfather you saw?
Yeah.
Where did he live?
He lived like 10 minutes, a 10-minute walk away from the house that my grandmother had,
And what was your grandfather's name?
Alejandro.
And what is your middle name?
Alejandro,
Are you named after your grandfather?
yes.
Are Victoria and Alejandro, are they the parents of your mother or your father?
Of my mother.
When you lived in El Salvador, do you have any memories of being with your grandparents on your father's side?
Just one time.
What do you remember about that one time?
I remember I went to go visit my grandmother, and that was about it.
Did you have any family members your own age you would play with when you lived in El Salvador?
Yes.
Who?
My cousin Sergio.
How old was Sergio?
He was a year older than me.
Sir, can you describe your relationship with your grandmother, how you felt about her?
Yeah. I really cared about her. She took care of me. I used to call her mom and dad.
What do you mean you used to call her mom and dad?
I mainly call her mom, but I remember sometimes calling her dad
Would this be in English or Spanish?
in Spanish.
So what would you call her in Spanish?
Mama or papa.
Did you love your grandmother?
Yes.
Did you feel safe with your grandmother?
Yes.
Even though you referred to her as mama, were you aware that you had parents and that she was actually your grandmother?
Yes.
Did you know where your parents were?
No.
What did your grandmother do for a living?
She taught middle school or high school, I think.
When she would go to work, where would you go?
I would either go with her or I would stay at home.
If you stayed at home, who would watch you?
She had a maid that helped around the house.
What do you remember about the times your grandmother would take you to school with her?
I remember just listening to her, watching her teach, and I have a memory of playing some drums.
Playing drums?
Yes.
What do you remember about the drums?
I remember they had a band, and I would sometimes go and just play the drums with them.
Did you know how to play the drums, or did you just bang on them?
No, I just banged on them.
On the occasions when your grandmother left you at home with the maid, would you be with the maid all day?
Yeah.
Do you remember the maid's name?
No.
Was it a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Was she younger than your grandmother, or was she older than your grandmother?
She was younger than my grandmother.
At any point when you were alone with the maid, did she do anything inappropriate to you?
Yes.
What did she do?
I remember she told me she had something to show me, and she took me into one of the rooms of the house, and she started getting undressed, and then she got me undressed, and then I just remember being on top of her.
Was she completely naked?
Yes.
Were you completely naked?
Yes.
How many specific instances do you remember this happening?
Just once.
Do you believe it happened more than once?
I think so.
Why?
Because there was this other time, it was nighttime, and I forgot what she told me. I don't remember what she specifically said, but I remember it triggered the memory of that incident to come back to my memory.
Did, after the maid started doing this, did you like being left alone with her?
No.
Do you recall if you ever told your grandmother what the maid was doing?
No, I don't recall.
Do you know if your grandmother ever discovered what the maid was doing?
No.
At some point, did the maid stop working?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I just remember she wasn't around anymore.
Did you attend any school in El Salvador?
Yes.
What grade did you attend in El Salvador?
I attended kindergarten.
Do you have any memories of attending kindergarten in El Salvador?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember one time we were in the classroom playing with Play-Doh, and another time, I think it was for recess, I was tying my shoe.
Beyond playing with Play-Doh and tying your shoe at recess, do you have any memories of kindergarten in El Salvador?
No.
If you remember the times when the maid did the inappropriate things with you, were you in kindergarten? Was that before kindergarten? Do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, at some point, did you leave your grandma's home and get taken to the United States?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember it was my grandmother and my grandfather there with me when an SUV came. I think it was a black SUV, and my grandmother, she gave me a piece of paper with my parents' phone number, and they put me in the back of the SUV.
Did you know you were going to, did anyone tell you prior to seeing this SUV that you were going to be going someplace else?
No.
Who was there when this SUV came?
It was my grandmother and my grandfather.
What do you remember about that encounter when the SUV comes and you're there with your grandmother and your grandfather, after your grandmother gives you the phone numbers with your parents?
I also remember I had a collage book that I drew and colored in, and I gave it to my grandfather.
A collage book?
Yeah.
Why did you give the collage book to your grandfather?
I guess it was something that I had that I wanted to give to him so he could like have a memory of me.
And did you give that collage book to your grandfather?
Yes.
Do you remember getting in the SUV?
Yes.
And what do you remember then?
And then I remember being on the road for a few hours,
Let me
and
stop you there. After you pulled away in the SUV, was that the last time you saw your grandfather in person?
yes,
Who else was in the SUV with you?
it was just me.
Do you have any memory of the person who was driving?
No.
So you remember being on the road for a few hours. What do you remember then?
Yeah, then I remember being with a group of people. I think it was about 10 to 15 people.
And where do you remember being with these people?
I remember crossing like a park, like it was a field with trees, and then crossing like a desert area. And I remember there was this hole that we had to jump over to get by one of the areas.
What do you mean there was a hole?
Like there was a hole in the ground that we had to jump to get to the other side.
Do you recall there being any other children in this initial group of people you were with?
No,
Did you know any of the people you were with?
no,
Did you recognize any of them as a family friend that you'd seen before?
no,
At any point, do you remember going to a building?
yes.
What do you remember about the building?
I remember it was like a warehouse where we were supposed to stay in for a few days, and there was bathrooms there. And I remember that's when I started crying because I asked one of the people if they knew where we were, and they said no, and I just went to the bathroom, and I remember crying.
Did you know where you were?
No.
What's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is crossing a river. I remember
Tell me what you remember about, what specific you remember about crossing the river.
I remember there was floaties, like black floaties, like lifesavers, but just bigger. And they put the woman on top, and they put me on top too. And then the man, they carried not carried, but they like pushed the floaties across the river
Was this at night or during the day?
at nighttime.
At this point, did you know how to swim?
No.
Can you describe how you felt when you were crossing the river at night?
Yeah, I was scared to fall in the water because the streams were going pretty heavy.
Was this a big river or a small river, or do you not remember?
It looked like a big river.
Did you know where you were?
No.
What's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is being in line with a group of people, and I was towards the end of the line, and that's when a truck like came in and started, and people, I think it was ICE, I think they started putting people in the back of the truck.
At this age, did you know what ICE was?
No.
So what did you see? Describe the truck that you saw.
I just saw lights flashing and people going in the back of the truck.
What did you do?
Since I was in the back, I was with a girl, and she told me in Spanish, "Wait here, I'm gonna go help them." And I remember I started crying, and midway, she came back to me and told me that we needed to hide, so we hid.
What do you remember about this woman who told you to wait?
All I remember is she was pregnant, and yeah,
You remember that she was pregnant?
yeah.
How old was she?
I think she was in her late 20s.
So when the woman left, you said you started to cry?
Yes,
Why were you crying?
because I didn't know what to do. I just seen everybody like started running like around the place, and I just didn't know what to do.
What happened then?
Then she came back and she told me that we needed to hide.
And did you hide?
Yes.
Where did you hide?
It was like behind a bush.
What happened then?
Then she asked me what I think we should do, and I told her I think we should turn ourselves in because I didn't know where we were, and she thought it was the best idea. So we went and walked to the truck that had all the people in it.
So did you actually walk up to the truck?
Yeah.
What happened then?
Then they put us in the back of the truck.
And what do you remember next?
Next, I remember being in a cell with iron bars with other people around me drinking a juice.
When you were in the cell with iron bars, do you remember any other children with you?
No.
Was the woman who was pregnant who had helped you, was she with you in the room with iron bars?
Yes.
You said you remember drinking the juice. Is there anything specific about that juice that you remember?
I remember it was shaped like a barrel, and it was like a pretty small juice.
What else do you remember about being in that room with the iron bars?
I remember being there for a few days, maybe like 10 days.
How did you feel while you were in the room with the iron bars?
I was confused because they didn't really tell us like what was going to happen, so I was just there, just confused.
At some point, did they move you to a different location?
Yes.
Where did you go?
It looked like it was inside of the building. It was another cell but bigger with lights and seats.
How was it different than the previous place with the iron bars?
It had a door, and they had seats where you could sit down. And they also, I remember they fed us eggs.
So you have a memory of eating eggs?
Yeah.
What else do you remember happening when you were in this new building with lights?
That's when I remember contacting my parents, or they helped me contact my parents. I gave them the piece of paper, and they called the phone number that was there.
Did you speak with your mother?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of ever speaking to your mother on the telephone prior to this telephone conversation?
No.
Did you recognize the voice of the person you spoke with?
Not at first.
How did you know she was your mother?
I just knew because it was the phone number that my grandmother gave me.
Do you have any memory of talking to your father?
No.
So what do you remember after, well, back up. When you were in this new building, did the pregnant woman who had been watching over you, did she come or was she not there?
She wasn't there anymore.
Did you know anybody else in this new building?
No.
Were there any children that you recall in the new building?
No.
So after you had that telephone conversation with your mother, what do you remember?
I remember I was on the phone for a while. I would cry and I would sleep there, because I would be sitting down talking to them in like a office, and I would just sleep there or cry myself to sleep.
At some point, did you leave this new building and go someplace else?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate of how many days you're in this new building, or do you not know?
Probably around like a month, maybe.
After you left this, where did you go after the second building?
Yeah, after, I think it was a foster home for immigrant kids. I don't recall where it was at, but I do remember there was more. There were kids and.
Was this an actual house?
Yeah.
Was it locked down, or was it just a regular house?
No, it was a regular house.
And were there other kids in this house?
Yes.
Were they Spanish-speaking kids like you?
Yes.
What do you remember about this house?
All I remember is going to the beach, and one of the girls, she got stung by a jellyfish, and she went to the hospital, but she was able to come back that same night.
Do you recall if you had your own bed in the house?
I think I did.
Beyond going to the beach and the girl getting stung by the jellyfish, what else do you remember about this house?
I remember leaving because there was a Scooby-Doo van that I used to play with, and they let me keep it.
I'm sorry, it was a Scooby-Doo van?
Yeah, it was like a toy car with the Scooby-Doo characters.
So when you left, you took the Scooby-Doo van with you?
Yeah.
Now, based on your memory, do you have a memory of who came and got you? Not what other people told you, but on your own memory.
No.
Do you remember leaving the home?
Yeah.
What do you remember after leaving it?
I remember I was on a plane, and then I remember going to Oakland.
Do you remember the first time you met your parents?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember they were having a barbecue, and my uncle, he took me up to my dad, my mom, and one of my other uncles.
And you said your uncle. What uncle are you referring to?
My uncle Rodil.
How is your uncle Rodil related to you?
I think from my mom's side of the family.
Is he your uncle or your mom's uncle, or
I think my mom's uncle.
no? You said you don't have a memory of who picked you up from the detention, but do you have a memory of who took you to the barbecue?
Yeah.
And who was that?
It was my uncle Rodil.
And as you grew up, did you come to know your Uncle Rodil?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he live in the United States?
Yeah.
Is he a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
So how did you feel when your uncle introduces you to your mom and your dad? How did you feel at that moment?
I felt confused, but also happy, because I didn't really know who they were, but I knew they were my parents.
Did you recognize them?
Not at first.
Do you recall ever seeing photos of your parents when you were in El Salvador?
My mom, yeah.
Had you ever seen a photo of your dad?
No.
Did you trust them when you first met them?
Not at first.
Why not?
Because I didn't know, like, who they really were.
Did you find out that, was Dylan born already when you arrived in Oakland?
Yes.
Until that point, did you know that you had a little brother?
No.
What do you remember after meeting your parents, finding out you had a little brother? What do you remember next?
Next, I remember being in my parents' room with my brother, me, my mom, and dad watching cartoons on the TV.
And what do you remember after that?
Then I think my grandmother, she flew to the U.S. to be with us for a bit.
Do you have any specific memories of how you felt in the immediate week or 2 weeks after you arrived in Oakland?
No.
At some point, do you remember your grandmother being in Oakland with you?
Yes.
And is this your grandmother, Victoria?
Yes.
What do you remember about your grandmother being in Oakland?
I remember I would sleep next to her
Where would you sleep next to her?
on the same bed.
Had you slept in the same bed with her in El Salvador, or had you had your own bed?
No, I slept with her in the same bed as well.
Was it just, when your grandmother was in Oakland, was it just one night you slept with her in the same bed, or was it multiple nights?
No, it was multiple nights.
At some point, do you recall your grandmother leaving?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember we took her to the airport so she could get on a plane and come back to El Salvador.
Do you recall how you felt when your grandmother left?
I was sad because she was leaving. Yeah.
Was that the last time, after you saw her at the airport, have you ever seen your grandmother in person again?
No.
At some point after you arrived in Oakland, did you begin school?
Yes.
Where did you begin school at?
I went to elementary school called Markham.
Markham Elementary School?
Yeah.
Where is Markham Elementary School located?
It's in Oakland.
What grade did you first begin school in the United States?
2nd grade.
Do you remember your teacher in 2nd grade?
Yes.
What was your teacher's name?
Her name was Ms. Guardado.
When you began 2nd grade, did you speak any English?
No.
Had you studied any English when you were in El Salvador?
No.
Your 2nd grade class, do you remember whether it was taught in English, Spanish, or both? What do you remember about it?
I think it was both.
Do you remember any of the other kids in the class, whether they were English learners as well? If you remember.
Not that I remember.
Do you remember your 3rd grade year?
Yes.
Where was your 3rd grade year at?
In Markham Elementary School.
Do you remember who your teacher was?
Yes.
What was your teacher's name?
Miss Foyle.
Do you remember if your 3rd grade class was taught in English or Spanish?
It was taught in English.
Was it taught entirely in English?
Yes.
By the start of your 3rd grade year, do you recall to what extent you had developed your English skills?
It wasn't fluent, but I was able to understand it.
Did you stay at Markham Elementary School for your 4th grade year?
No, I switched schools.
Where did you go to?
I went to New Highland Academy
And where is New Highland Academy located?
in Oakland
Why did you go to New Highland Academy?
because one of my friends, his name was Jesus, he decided to move to New Highland Academy, and my mom was friends with her mom, and she thought it was a good idea for me to move as well.
And so did you move to New Highland?
Yes.
Do you remember your teacher in 4th grade?
Yes.
What was your teacher's name?
Miss England
Was that class taught in English or Spanish?
in English.
By 4th grade, do you remember how well you were speaking English?
Yeah.
What do you remember?
I remember it was getting better. It was almost fluent because the teacher, she gave us a lot of homework, and the homework was to read books. So my English kept getting better, and I remember taking the SRI. It's a reading level quiz where it measures out your reading skills, and I remember doing pretty good in them.
Do you remember getting any awards in fourth grade?
Yes.
What do you remember getting?
I remember they would hold ceremonies for students who got good grades, and I remember being at the ceremonies.
You remember getting awards?
Yeah.
How about fifth grade? Where did you attend fifth grade at?
The same school, New Highland Academy.
And recall your teacher was in fifth grade.
Yes.
And what was your teacher's name?
Ms. Simon or Miss Simmons.
By fifth grade, were you completely fluent in English?
Yes.
Do you remember how well you did academically once you were completely fluent in English? In elementary school.
I think I did pretty well. I do remember getting some low scores, but most of my scores were pretty high.
Did you enjoy elementary school?
Yes.
Why did you enjoy school?
Because I like to learn and interact with kids, and that's where I was able to do that.
Did you play any sports in elementary school?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
I played flag football, soccer, and track.
And were those teams at New Markham Academy or New Highland Academy?
Yes.
Of those three sports, what was your favorite?
Flag football.
Why was flag football your favorite?
Because, or to me, it felt like there was more competition in it, and I remember having more fun in it than the rest of the sports.
Before you came to the United States, have you ever heard of American football?
No.
Had you played soccer when you were in El Salvador?
Yes.
Had you ever played anything like American football?
No.
And so when you started playing football and soccer, why did you like football more than soccer?
Because I was able to compete more, and I was able to create more friendships and bonds that would last.
You said compete more. Were you better at football than you were at soccer?
Yes.
After fifth grade, did you attend middle school?
Yes.
What middle school did you attend?
Elmhurst Community Prep
And where is Elmhurst Community Prep?
in Oakland,
What grades was Elmhurst Community Prep?
6th through 8th.
And did you attend all 3 years at that school?
Yes.
How did you do academically in middle school?
I remember doing pretty well. I think I got all A's except my last 8th grade quarter or marking period. I got a 1B in one of the classes.
So your final quarter of 8th grade, you got a B?
Yeah.
You remember what class that was?
No, I don't.
Did you play sports in middle school?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
Flag football and soccer.
While you were in middle school, did you have any responsibilities with respect to taking care of your younger brother?
Yes.
What responsibilities did you have?
I had to sometimes take him to school and drop him off, or pick him up and take him home.
How would you did you and your brother go to the same school?
No, he went to the same elementary school, New Highland Academy, and I was in middle school.
So when you would get out of middle school, what would you do in terms of picking up your brother?
I would either have a bike with me, or I would take the bus, and I would go to my brother's school, and I would pick him up and take him home.
How would you take him home if you had a bike?
He would hop on the pegs on the back, or we would walk.
And what years in middle school do you remember having to pick your brother up and take him home?
I think it was 7th and 8th grade.
Now, at this point, was Mia in school, or did she have a babysitter?
I think she had a babysitter.
After, I think it's a high school, but I want to ask you about your relationship with your family. How would you describe your relationship with your siblings?
I'll say I was very close to them.
Why were you very close to your siblings?
Because we would spend most of the time together.
What type of work did your parents do when you were in elementary school and middle school?
My dad, he was a plumber, and my mom, she was a fast food restaurant worker.
And do you remember what type of hours they worked?
I remember my mom, she worked from the morning to like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. And my dad, I remember he left in the morning like at 6:30 and didn't come home until nighttime.
Can you describe your relationship with your parents, again, focusing on elementary school and middle school?
I'll say it was good, but it wasn't that good. Like I trusted them, but I didn't really talk to them or see them as often.
Did they ever help you with school?
No.
Now, growing up, Carlos, did either of your parents ever give you a spanking?
Yes.
Who gave you a spanking?
My dad?
Did your mom even ever give you a spanking?
No, I don't think so.
But beyond the spanking, setting aside the spanking, did either of your parents ever do anything to you that you would consider physical abuse?
No.
Did you witness physical violence between your parents?
Yes.
What do you remember seeing?
I remember one time, I heard my mom calling my name out, telling me to go help her. And when I went into the hallway, I seen her on the ground and my dad restraining her from getting up.
How old were you about this time?
I think I was around 10 years old.
And what do you remember, where were you when you heard your mom?
I was in my room with my brother.
And what do you remember hearing?
I remember hearing my mom calling out my name, telling me to go help her.
And you said your dad was restraining her on the ground. What did you see?
Yeah, I seen my dad on top of my mom, like holding her arms down or her shoulders down.
And did your mom say anything when you got into the room?
No, she was just like, help me.
What did you do?
I tried to push my dad off my mom, but he kind of just held me there with his arm.
And what happened then?
Then I just went to my room and started crying.
Did your parents ever drink alcohol to the point that they would get drunk?
Yes,
Was that your mom, your dad, or both of them?
both of them.
What days were there certain days of the week where you would see your parents get drunk?
Yeah, it would be mostly Friday and Saturday.
And when they would drink, did you ever hear loud verbal arguments between them?
Yes.
What do you remember hearing?
I remember just hearing yelling. I think usually my mom started it, and my dad kind of like started arguing with her too.
Was this usually when they were drinking?
Yeah.
The incident where your father was restraining your mother and you tried to pull him out, do you remember if they were drinking that night or no?
I think they were.
Did they act differently when they were drinking?
Yeah.
How so?
Sometimes it would depend. They would either be nicer or meaner. Just depended on the situation.
Now, did you ever, other than the one incident where you tried to pull your dad off your mom, did you observe any other incidents of domestic violence, physical domestic violence between your parents?
Yes.
What do you remember seeing?
I remember seeing my dad push my mom into the wall, and they made like a hole on the wall.
What do you mean they made a hole in the wall?
Like the wall kind of had like a crater that was from my dad pushing my mom into the wall.
How old were you when you saw this incident where your dad pushed your mom into the wall?
I think I was 11.
What else do you remember seeing?
That's about it.
Were there other incidents?
Not that I recall.
Now, did you ever see your mom get physically violent with your dad?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She would be drunk and she would just start arguing with my dad or just telling him like things.
And you mentioned the verbal arguments, you said it was your mom who usually started them.
Yes.
Did you ever actually see your mom, though, initiate the physical violence with your father?
Not the physical violence.
Did you ever see your mom do anything other than verbal argument with your dad?
No.
How did it make you feel when you saw your parent, when you heard your parents arguing? Let me back up. How frequently were the verbal arguments, the bad ones?
They were pretty frequently. Not every time they got drunk, but most of the time they got drunk.
And would they usually get drunk every week?
Yeah.
How did you feel when you would be in the house and you'd hear your parents having these drunk arguments?
I remember feeling scared when me and my brother, we would just go into our rooms and or into our room, and we would either like play together, like with the toys that we had, or we would just sit there and listen.
Other than the one time you tried to pull your dad off your mother, did you ever intervene, or would you just sit in your room and listen?
I would just sit in my room and listen.
At some point, Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you start high school?
Yes.
Do you recall what year you started high school?
Yes.
What was it?
2016.
It would be the fall of 2016?
Yes.
And what high school did you attend?
Castlemont High School
Where is Castlemont High School?
in Oakland.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, can you spell Castlemont for us?
Yeah. CASTLEMONT.
And does Castlemont have a mascot?
Yes.
What is the mascot?
They're the Knights.
Okay, the Knights, as in K-N-I, G-H-T-S, like Knights in Shining Armor.
Yeah.
Did you play any sports when you were at Castlemont High School?
Yes.
Let's start with your freshman year. What teams did you participate in your freshman year at Castlemont High School?
I played tackle football and track.
And for football, did you play varsity or junior varsity?
Varsity.
Did Castlemont have a junior varsity football team?
Yes.
So you made varsity as a freshman.
Yes.
And you said you also did track.
Yeah.
Did you try any other sports your freshman year?
I tried wrestling, but since I had a fractured thumb, it was already healed, but I couldn't really grapple as well, so I decided to not play or do wrestling.
Where did you get the fractured thumb from?
It was for our Kings Academy's game. I remember rushing in to get the quarterback or blitzing, and I fell to the ground and I put my hand out and I kind of just fractured my thumb when I landed on my hand.
How did we heard your sister talk about how your football team did.
Yeah.
Do you recall what your record was your freshman year?
Freshman year, I think I went 6-6.
Now, did you make it to the championship game?
Yes.
How'd you do in the champ? Is this the Oakland section champion?
Yeah.
How'd you guys do?
I think we did bad. I think we got blown out by McClymonds.
Even though you went 6-6, did you have some close games that year?
Yes.
Do you recall any of them?
I remember Yuba City and Kings Academy. They were like a touchdown or like a couple points away.
So did you enjoy playing varsity football?
Yeah.
What did you like about varsity football?
I like to play defense. I played strong safety and cornerback, and I remember having a good relationship with the players there.
Did you play any sports your sophomore year?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
I played football, track, and I tried basketball, but I didn't play basketball.
You tried basketball, did you go out for the team?
Yeah,
But were you cut, or did you decide basketball wasn't for you?
I decided that it wasn't for me.
Did you play varsity football again?
Yes,
How did you guys do your sophomore year?
I think that year, I think we lost every game.
Did you still have fun playing?
Yeah.
Even though you lost every game?
Yes.
Going to your junior year, what sports did you play?
I played football, soccer, and track.
Now, track, was it varsity all 4 years that you did track?
I don't think we had a varsity or JV. It was just like we did our own like meets.
Understand. When you went out for soccer, was that varsity or JV your junior year?
For varsity.
What made you decide to go out for soccer again, having not played your freshman and sophomore year?
One of my friends, his name was Juan. He played soccer, and I kind of got introduced to the team with him, and I bonded with them, and I was pretty good at soccer, so they let me play on the team.
But what did you enjoy more, soccer or football?
Football.
How did you guys, your football team, do your junior year?
We didn't do that bad. I think we went 4-7.
Going to your senior year, what sports did you play?
I played football, track, soccer, and swimming.
Now, how were you able to do both track and sport? Are track and swimming in the same season, spring?
Yeah.
How were you able to do both track and swimming?
So I would mainly go to the track practices, but sometimes they would work out together. And also, I was a good swimmer, so they kind of just let me participate in the meets.
You said you were a good swimmer. After you came to the United States, did you learn to swim?
Yes.
Did Castlemont have a very good swim team?
No. We only had like 3 players.
So you didn't have to come to practice as long as you showed up to the meets?
Yeah.
How'd you guys do in the swim meets?
I remember we didn't do that good. I was able to swim, but I wasn't a fast swimmer. So like my times weren't that good.
How did your football team do your senior year?
Yeah, I think we won 1 game. I think we went 1-9.
You remember who you beat?
Fremont.
Did you also played a lot of sports.
Yeah.
Why did you play so many sports?
I just like to be active and interact and compete with other kids.
Did you, all 4 years of high school, did your parents ever come to any of your games?
Just some of my football games.
When were the football games held? What times and days would they be?
They would be every Friday at 7 p.m.
And how frequently would your parents come to your football games?
I think they started coming to my games my junior and senior year.
Do you recall them coming to any games your freshman or sophomore year?
No.
Did you play about usually a 10-game schedule in addition to playoffs?
Yeah.
How many games your junior and senior did your parents come to?
Like 5 or 6.
Total?
Yeah.
Would your parents be working at 7 at night on Fridays?
My dad would, but my mom, she would be at home.
Did your dad always work at 7, or did he have some Fridays off?
I think he came home early sometimes.
Did it bother you? Oh, back up. Were there teammates who had parents who came to every game?
Yes.
Did it bother you that your parents didn't come to your games?
Sometimes when they were able to, but they didn't.
What do you mean when they were able to, but they didn't?
Like, they would be home early and they wouldn't have really nothing to do. but they would just stay at home instead of coming to my games.
Did your parents ever come to any of your track, swimming, or soccer games?
No.
How would you get home on Friday nights after the football games when your parents weren't there?
I would either ride the bus back, my friends' parents would take me, or one of the coaches would take me.
So do you have memories of actually sitting on a bus, going home after a Friday night football game?
Yes.
Now, during your time in high school, did you have any responsibilities with respect to watching your sister?
Yes.
Okay, what responsibilities did you have?
I would walk her to school, and I would walk her back home from after school.
Now, how were you able to walk her home after school when you had practice year-round?
Yeah, so I had like an hour in between before practice started. And so I would either ride my bike or I would take the bus to her school, and I would take her back to the house, and then I would ride the bus back or ride my bike back to campus.
So, in the hour before practice started, you would go to get your sister and then take her home?
Yes.
And who would be home when you got there?
My brother.
And then you would leave to go back to practice?
Yes.
Which years of high school did this routine occur? In other words, did you have to do this freshman year, sophomore, junior, senior, or only some of these years?
I think all my years from freshman to senior year.
Was it important to you to make sure that you were there to walk your sister home?
Yes.
Why?
Because she didn't have no one else to pick her up. So if I was to be late, she would just have to sit there and wait until someone picked her up.
What type of area of Oakland did you live in? Was this an affluent area? Was it a lower income area?
It was a lower income area.
Would you have been concerned with your sister trying to walk home by herself?
Yes.
Now, in addition to playing sports and taking care of your sister, how did you do academically?
I think I did pretty well. I think I got some 4.0s and some 3.8s. Yeah.
Did you like high school?
Yeah.
Did you like your academic classes?
Yeah.
What did you like about them?
I remember some of them were pretty fun. Like the teaching style that some of the teachers had, it kept us focused and engaged in the schoolwork.
And when you said you got some 4.0s, do you mean there were some quarters when you got all A's?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit TT. Take a look at it and read through it and then let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Rouse, I mean, if you recognize what that exhibit is,
Yes.
what is it?
It's my high school transcript.
And you recognize the classes and grades listed for those classes in that transcript?
Yes.
And is that an accurate record of the grades you received in your classes at Castlemont High School?
Yes.
Under permission to publish.
Okay.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, I'm showing you, let me zoom in a little bit more here. Showing you what's been marked offensive TT. Let's begin with your fall semester in 2016, 2017. Are those your grades?
Yes.
So it looks like you got all A's except for a B in art and a B plus in, what is that class?
I think it was urban ecology.
And then you got a B in advisory. What is advisory?
I think it was like a class where we just focused on doing extra work for our other classes that we had work. It wasn't like an actual like class that we needed to do that we had homework in.
So in middle school, you said you got all A's other than that one B.
Yeah.
Did you like it when you got all A's?
Yes.
Why did you like getting all A's?
Because it was something that I knew if I did get all A's, that that meant that I was doing good in school.
I'd like to go into the spring of your 9th grade year. Do you see those grades up there?
Yes.
And in that quarter, well, what grades did you get in that quarter?
I got all A's.
And did you do any sort of internships when you were in high school?
Yes.
We see here there's something indicated a pathway internship. You recall what that was?
Yeah, I think that was one of the internships that was held at school every Tuesday and Thursday, I believe. It would be after school.
And what did that internship entail?
So it was like we built different types of like I don't know how it would be like different types of cars or like little like buildings that we would test out to see if they would work through certain things.
Did you recall participating in any other internships throughout your high school career?
Yes.
What do you recall?
I remember doing 2 other internships. One was called MIMS, and the other one was at a dental clinic.
Now, during your freshman year, did you run for class office of any kind?
Yes.
What did you run for?
I run for treasurer.
Did you have to do some sort of campaign?
Yeah.
Was there an election?
Yeah.
What was the outcome of the election?
I was held as treasurer for the 9th grade year.
What responsibilities did you have as the 9th grade treasurer?
So I remember one of the responsibilities was hosting the end of the year party, where we would bring like food trucks, with jumpers, or with obstacle courses, and I was the one like trying to pick out which like certain food trucks and which certain obstacle course they would be at school.
I'd like to direct your attention now to your sophomore year. You see down here it's fall 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
Looks like you have 3 A's and then a C in English 2P.
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened that caused you to get a C in English 2 during the first quarter of your sophomore year?
Yeah, so I would sometimes, that would be my morning class, my first period class, and I would sometimes come late and miss some of the work because I had to drop my brother or my sister off at school.
So, did that impact your grade that you were late?
Yeah.
Going to your spring semester, what did you do then? How did your grades turn out?
I got all A's.
Do you remember what changes you made so you weren't missing your first period class?
I think I was still missing it, but I wouldn't be that late. I would be like 10 or 15 minutes late.
Did you ever discuss with your parents the fact that you were late for school because you had to drop your siblings off instead of them?
No.
We're gonna go back to school, but when you were home with your siblings, what responsibilities did you have when your parents were working?
Yeah, we had to keep the house clean. So I would dust the couches, sweep, mop, clean the table, do the dishes. And I would also cook for my siblings, either eggs or quesadillas.
Let's go to now fall of your junior year. Did you take a class at Lane College before the summer before your junior year?
Yeah, it wasn't at the college. It was at school, but it was a college class.
Is that the herb agroecology?
Yeah,
You got a B plus?
yeah.
How did you enjoy taking the college class?
I remember it was pretty fun.
And did you also continue to participate in the pathway internship program that summer before your junior year, if you recall?
I don't remember it that junior year, just the year before that.
Going to fall of your junior year, how did you do grade-wise?
I got all A's except one B in English.
And then going to your spring of your junior year, how did you do?
I got, I think, 2 B's, 1 C, and the rest A's.
What happened in U.S. history that you got to see?
I remember, so our teacher, he got sick, and he couldn't teach no more. So we had substitute teachers, and I wouldn't really do the work.
Why wouldn't you do the work?
I kind of just, like, after he left, like, it would just be book work, and I wouldn't really find that interesting, so I didn't really do it.
Was your history teacher, was this expected that he was going to leave, or did he get ill and left unexpectedly?
Yeah, he left unexpectedly.
I'm going to your senior year. This would be the fall of your senior year. How did you do?
I got 2 B's and all A's.
And you were taking an AP statistics class?
Yeah,
What is an AP class?
it's an honors class. It's usually harder than your regular classes.
And if you pass an AP test, are you allowed to get college credit?
Yeah.
Now, turning to spring of your senior year, which is 2019 to 2020, it just says credit on all your classes.
Yeah.
What happened?
That's when COVID hit and everything went online.
Tell us how COVID impacted the spring of your senior year.
Yeah, so everything got cut off. I remember trying to do school online, but the teachers didn't really have everything worked out, so it wouldn't be that much work. And I do remember our prom and our graduation got canceled. For our graduation, they just played the pictures of the students graduating in a YouTube clip, and yeah.
Now, in addition to doing your sports, watching your siblings, doing internships, and your studies, did you start a YouTube channel in high school?
Yes.
When did you start your YouTube channel?
I think my junior year.
Okay. And why did you want to start a YouTube channel?
Yeah, so I would watch a lot of YouTube, and I think I just got the idea from other YouTubers to start a YouTube channel.
And we saw a clip of you on a YouTube video. Do you remember that video?
Yeah.
Is that video an accurate depiction of your personality in high school?
Yes.
Were you outgoing?
Yes.
Did you laugh a lot?
Yes.
Did you have a lot of friends?
Yes.
We heard your sister describe a couple YouTube videos. Do you recall the one where she picked out disgusting food?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I remember I had my brother and my sister choose whatever they wanted to mix so that I would eat. And yeah, I remember my sister, I think she did onions with orange peels and milk. And I recorded myself eating it, but I didn't eat everything, I just ate a little bit, and yeah.
How did onions, orange peels, and milk taste?
Not good.
What did you film your reaction?
Yeah,
And what was your reaction?
I think I gagged, I almost threw up, but yeah.
Did your sister think that was funny?
Yeah, she started laughing.
Now, Mr. Reales Dominguez, were there some other YouTube videos that you did with your friends that in retrospect would be considered really stupid?
Yes, I'll say so.
Okay. Do you recall a video titled Keyboard Slapping at
Yes,
school?
yes.
What do you remember about keyboard slapping at school?
Yeah, so it was a planned YouTube video with
What do you
me,
mean by a planned YouTube video?
like me and my friend Darius. We knew that we were gonna hit each other with keyboards, and we planned it out, like when to do it, where to do it, so we could try to like film it, but so it wouldn't look that it was planned.
Okay. So by keyboard, who was Darius?
He was one of my best friends. He played football with me.
And when you said you and Darius planned to hit each other with keyboards, what exactly did you mean?
Yeah, so I ordered plastic keyboards from Google, I think, and we decided that we were gonna break the keyboards on our heads. Like we would like try like hit each other with them, but it would be like at random times. We each had a certain amount of keyboards, and we would hit each other at random times.
Now, did part of this video include you and Darius just sit in front of the camera taking turns hitting each other with keyboards?
Yes.
At some point, did you and Darius plan an incident to film at school of you hitting each other with keyboards?
Yes.
Explain what you did.
Yeah, so I think we decided to do it right before lunchtime. So when we got out of class, I started walking and looking for Darius, and I had a keyboard, and I think I had one of my other friends record. And
Now, did you do this to make it look like Darius was just an innocent person walking by?
yes.
Okay. So what did you do then?
Yeah, then when I found him, I kind of went up to him and smacked him on the head with the keyboard.
And what happened then?
Yeah, then I remember we said that after I smacked him, it would be his turn to hit me. So I just started walking straight.
Let's stop. When you smacked him, what did he do?
I think he fell to the ground.
And then what did you do when he fell to the ground?
I just started walking the other way.
And then did someone film Darius as he got up from the ground?
Yes.
And what was he, do you recall his facial expression in the video when he got up from the ground?
I think he was smiling. I think he was laughing.
And did Darius happen to have anything with him when he got up from the ground?
Yes.
What did he have with him?
He had a keyboard.
So what did Darius then do with that keyboard?
Then he went outside to follow me, and he hit me on the head with the keyboard.
So if later today with the district attorney is to show you a video clip of you hitting someone in the head with a keyboard, who will that person be that you are hitting with the keyboard?
It would be Darius.
Okay. And did Darius know that you were going to be hitting him with a keyboard?
Yes.
Did Darius plan for you to hit him in the head with a keyboard?
Yes.
And did Darius consent to you hitting him in the head with a keyboard?
Yes.
During that video, did you ever hit anyone else in the head with a keyboard who did not consent to it?
No.
Let's take a break. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Thank you, Mr. Reales Dominguez. Why don't you get up and return to counsel's table now?
Okay.
And I'm going to order a 15-minute break for our jury. Three-part admonition at all times. Do not discuss the substance. Do not form any opinions. Do not research. And I'll see you on the other side of our morning break. Thank you, folks. Off record.
Yeah.
Your sister indicated she had memories of you running with the ball. Did you ever get a chance to play offense?
No, not offense.
Did they put you in for offense at least one play during your 4 years?
No, I don't think so.
Did you want to play offense?
Yeah.
What did you want to play?
Slot receiver.
Despite not playing offense, were you ever chosen as team captain?
Yes.
When did that occur?
My senior year.
How did you feel about being chosen the team captain?
I felt pretty responsible because I was team captain, and I tried to keep all the players motivated to keep playing and try their best.
Is it hard to keep people motivated through a 1-9 season?
Yes.
When did you, if you recall, when did you finally get that one win?
I think that might have been our last game or second to last game.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, at what age did you become aware that you were undocumented? In other words, that you did not have any legal status in the United States?
I think I was 13 or a little younger. Yeah.
How did you become aware that you were undocumented?
Yeah, so my parents tried to get me legal status. We had to go to court for that, and I remember it being unsuccessful. They denied it.
How did the fact you were undocumented, how did that affect how you felt?
So that was something that I tried to keep to myself. I didn't really share that until my senior year.
Why did you keep your undocumented status to yourself?
I didn't know how my friends were going to react to that.
Mr. Hutchinson, can I have you just turn that mic for my benefit?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you worry about the fact that you were undocumented?
Yes.
What did you worry about?
I remember there was at a certain point where ICE was going around and knocking on doors around the neighborhood and like taking people to deport them. And I remember learning about that in school, and they gave us like a piece of paper to give to ICE if they ever came and knocked at our door.
Were you worried about you getting deported?
Yes.
Were you worried about your parents getting deported?
Yes.
Were you concerned of your brother and sister being deported?
No.
Why not?
Because they were citizens.
Did you want to attend college?
Yes.
For a time, did you believe your undocumented status would prevent you from attending college?
Yes.
Okay. Did that change at some point?
Yes.
What happened?
Yeah, so my senior year, that's when everybody started like applying for colleges, and everybody started talking about that. And I remember meeting with one of the counselors that helps you through the process of that. And I told her that I was undocumented, and she told me that I was still able to go to school. It would just be a different process for me.
Okay. How did you feel when you learned that you could still go to college even though you were undocumented?
I was pretty happy.
And Did this counselor help you with the college application process?
Yes.
Did this counselor also help you apply for scholarships?
Yes.
Did you have a dream college where you wanted to go?
Yes.
What was that?
Stanford?
What did you think you had the grades to get into Stanford?
No.
What colleges did you apply to?
I applied to UC Davis, UC Santa Barbara, UC Santa Cruz, and UC Berkeley.
And which of those four did you get into?
I got into all of them except UC Berkeley.
Why did you decide to choose Davis over the beach towns of Santa Barbara and Santa Cruz?
Yeah, because it was closer to home. I didn't want to leave my family that long.
Which members of your family were you concerned about?
Mainly my brother and sister.
Why?
I didn't want to lose the relationships that we had.
By the time of your senior year, describe what sort of relationship had developed between you and your siblings.
Yeah, we were very close. I remember me and my brother would do a lot of things together. And then me and my sister, we didn't do that much, but we would interact and play together.
And when you would watch her, were you the type of brother who would just sit in your room, or would you interact with her and do games with her?
Yeah, I would play games and interact with her.
Did this counselor help you apply for scholarships so you could pay for UC Davis?
Yes.
What scholarships did you apply for?
Yeah, I remember one of them was called Cal A. It covered like half of the tuition, and I got accepted to it. And then the rest, the UC Davis gave me a scholarship for the other half.
Did you tell your parents that you were applying to college?
Not at the beginning.
Why not?
The conversation didn't really come up, so I didn't really tell them.
Did they ever bring it up your senior year, whether you're going to apply to college or anything?
No.
When you got accepted to UC Davis, did you initially tell your parents you'd been accepted to UC Davis?
No, not at first.
Okay, why not?
Because it wasn't something we talked about, so I thought I didn't really need to tell them until later.
At what point did you actually tell your parents that you had been accepted to UC Davis?
Yeah, I think it was right before we moved to Tracy.
Do you recall when they moved to Tracy?
Yeah, it was after my graduation, so somewhere, I think summer of 2020.
Did you ultimately tell them that you'd been accepted to UC Davis?
Yes.
How did they react when they found out you had been accepted to UC Davis and you were going to UC Davis?
They were pretty happy.
Do you remember when you started UC Davis?
Yes.
Do you remember going there for the first day?
Yes.
Now, your father said he drove you to UC Davis your first year, is that correct?
No, that was my second and third year.
Okay. Who took you to UC Davis your first year when you were going to college for the first time?
It was me and my cousin Romeo, and I was the one driving. I had a car.
You had a car at that time?
Yes.
What type of car did you have?
It was an old car. It was a Scion TC, I think 2004.
How did you get the money to buy that Scion TC?
Yeah, I got it from scholarships, and I think my mom helped pay for the rest of it.
Did you have a driver's license?
No.
Why not?
Because it was harder for me to get one. I needed extra paperwork, and I didn't really have the extra paperwork because I was undocumented.
So, did you believe you could still get a license if you were undocumented in California?
Yes.
Okay, but were there other things you needed to, what documents did you need to provide in order to get a license?
Yeah, I think you needed like a residency confirmation, and I didn't really have any of that.
So you drove without a license?
Yes.
What do you remember when you and Romeo, you said?
Yeah, Romeo.
What do you remember about when you and Romeo went to UC Davis for the first time?
Yeah, I remember. First he helped me move into the dorms. I think my dorm was called Scrub Oaks, and he just helped me get settled in. And then afterwards, we went out to eat at one of the restaurants in downtown Davis.
And then, how did Romeo get home?
I drove him back,
And then
and then I drove back.
where did you have a car your entire freshman year?
Yes,
Where did you park it?
in the parking garage next to my dorms.
Now, because this was during COVID, what sort of restrictions did they have on you living in the dorms?
Yeah, so we couldn't have anyone besides ourselves in the dorm, and everyone had it was a single dorm, but it had other it was like for 3 people, 2 people, but you lived in it by yourselves.
Were there other people go on the hallway with you?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Reales Dominguez, you said you had an outgoing personality in high school. When you started UC Davis, were you a little more shy?
Yes.
Why?
Because of COVID, I didn't really have social interactions with other students, and my skills kind of like went down. So yeah.
Who was the first person you remember meeting who became somewhat of a friend at UC Davis?
I remember it was my neighbor. He played video games in his computer, and we played video games together.
Did you play video games in the same room, or did you have to be in?
No, I played in my room, and he played in his room. But we would play like together.
At that time, were you even allowed to go in another student's dorm room?
No.
Was that a difficult way to start college?
Yes.
Did it make it harder to meet people?
Yes.
And how did you attend classes your freshman quarter?
Yeah. So everything was online. It was through Canvas.
So what do you mean it was online through Canvas? Explain how that works.
Yeah. So it was an online platform where you had all your assignments and the syllabus. Everything was put together in one website, and you would just watch the lectures online, and you would have to do the homework online as well.
Where would you watch the lectures from?
From Canvas. That would be uploaded to Canvas.
Where would you physically be when watching the lectures? The library, your dorm room, where would you be?
Mostly at my dorm room.
By yourself?
Yeah.
At some point, did you meet someone over an online class who would become your friend?
Yes.
Who was that?
Nathan Reales.
How did you meet Nathan?
Through a Zoom class, online Zoom class. I remember we were having an icebreaker, and I think the question came up of what sports we played or what we did in high school. And I remember him saying that he played football, and he reached out to me on Instagram asking if I wanted to play football, like throw the ball around. And I remember at first it was kind of hard to like get him to come out because he didn't answer. But then I texted him again if he wanted to throw the football the following day, and he agreed. And that's when we went to the field and do the football around.
And did you and Nathan become friends?
Yes.
What was it about Nathan that caused you to bond and become friends?
I think we had similar interests. I remember we wanted to play for the Aggies team, for the Aggies football team. We went to where they practiced, but to ask if we could try out, but we couldn't find them. And I remember just working out with him at the pavilion, the parking structure.
What type of working out would you do?
We would like run up the hill, do push-ups and core workouts, and jog.
What sort of physical shape were you in at the start of your freshman year?
I think I was in good shape.
If you remember, what was the heaviest weight you'd ever played football at? Your heaviest point your senior year?
I think 170 maybe.
Through Nathan, did you meet other people who would become your friends?
Yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Kaylee, Miranda, and Angel.
You recall the first time you met, let's start with Miranda and Angel. Do you recall the first time you met them?
Yeah.
When did you meet them?
It was at the Memorial Union. They were all seated at a table bench and doing homework, and I just sat there with them and Nathan.
Tell me about the first time you met Kaylee.
Yeah, Kaylee. At first, she was off in the distance. I thought she was weird. At first, I thought she was weird because she was like interacting with a squirrel. She was like feeding it or talking to it.
Okay, let me stop. When you saw Kaylee, is that the first time you met Miranda and at the same time?
Yeah.
So they're at a table. Is Kaylee initially at the table?
No.
Where do you see her?
She's like off in the distance, like a couple feet away from the table.
And you said she's interacting with a squirrel.
Yeah.
What was she doing with the squirrel?
I don't know if she was just talking to it or like feeding it. It was one of the two.
And you thought that was weird at the time?
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
Okay. After you got to know Kaylee, did it seem weird to you?
No,
Why is that?
because I learned what she wanted to do with her career, and then I thought it was like it made sense that what she was doing.
What did she want to do with her career?
She wanted to be a vet.
Other than initially thinking it was weird that she was interacting with a squirrel, what did you think of Kaylee when you first saw her?
I thought she was pretty and smart.
Did you like her?
Yeah.
Did the two of you begin spending time together?
Yes.
What sort of things would you do?
We would. At first, we would just do homework together. We would watch lectures together, even though we had like different classes. And then we started to hang out and watch shows, snack, and yeah.
Did you have any similarities that caused you to bond, in your opinion?
Yes.
What?
We both had that drive for school. And then we were kind of into the same shows.
Was Kaylee's family important to her?
Yes.
Were your siblings important to you?
Yes.
Did you communicate that to Kaylee?
Yes.
During your freshman year, how often would you check in with your siblings, either by phone or text?
It would be pretty often. I would either text them or they would text them and I would answer them.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, I want to show you what's been previously marked. This is Defense Exhibit O, Photo 1. I'm showing you Photo 1. Do you remember this photograph?
Yes.
And what does it depict?
It's a photo of me and Nathan at a flood place.
A photo place?
Yeah, in downtown Davis.
And you remember this night?
Yeah.
Going to Photo 2, Defense Exhibit O. Do you remember this?
Yes.
What does this depict?
It's me and Kaylee in the back of a car.
Now, your testimony, this was in November of 2020. At this point, are you and Kaylee boyfriend and girlfriend?
No.
Okay. Do you like her at this point?
Yes.
She testified that you were giving her a lot of attention. Were you giving her a lot of attention?
Yes.
Going to Photo 3, do you recall when this was taken?
Yes.
What does this depict?
It's me, Nathan, Miranda, and Kaylee all dressed up for an event. I think for Nathan's birthday.
Going to Photo 4, is this from the same?
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to zoom in on how you were dressed. Do you have an earring dangling
Yeah.
from your left ear?
Yeah.
What is that earring?
It's a Christ earring, a Jesus Christ earring.
And it appears you were going for a shirt unbuttoned down look.
Yeah.
Was that intentional?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you trying to impress Kaylee in how you dressed?
Yes.
How was your hygiene when you started UC Davis?
It was pretty good. I showered at least twice or once a day.
Had that been, given that you played so many sports, was that how you showered throughout high school?
Yes.
Show me what's been Defense Exhibit O, photo 5. What does this depict?
That's a photo of me and Kaylee at Lake Tahoe.
Now this, we've heard testimony, this was on December 6th of 2020. Are you boyfriend and girlfriend then yet?
I don't think so.
Are you trying to be boyfriend and girlfriend at this point?
Yes.
And you have, what do we see in this photo? Do you have your arm around her?
Yeah.
At this point, did Kaylee know that you liked her?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit O, photo 6. What do we see here?
Yeah, so that's a picture of me and Nathan. I think he was trying to convince me to jump off the bridge with him into the water.
Okay. Did you want to jump into the water?
Not at first.
Okay. Did you ultimately jump?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to look at your bill. Did you gain some weight during your freshman year?
Yes.
Okay. What caused you to gain weight?
The food that they had at Davis was pretty good, and it was all you could eat. So I would eat a lot, and also from snacking with Kaylee, we would eat a lot of snacks.
Tell me about the meal plan you had freshman year. When could you get meals? How much could you eat?
Yeah, so it was all you can eat. I would get breakfast, lunch, and dinner. For breakfast, they would serve eggs, pancakes, waffles, French toast. And then for lunch and dinner, they would have different options. But I remember the main dish that I ate, I think it's called, I forgot what it was called, but it was something with noodles.
In high school, what would you eat for breakfast?
I would just eat cereal, or I wouldn't eat sometimes.
And what would you eat for lunch?
I wouldn't eat lunch.
And then what would you eat for dinner?
Whatever my mom made.
Why wouldn't you eat lunch?
I didn't really like the school lunch, but yeah.
Did your mom ever make you a lunch in high school?
No,
Did your dad ever make you lunch?
no,
At any point when you were in school, did your parents ever make you a lunch? I mean, like a bag lunch to bring?
no.
Show me what's been marked, Defense Exhibit O, photo 7. What does this show?
Yeah, that's a picture of me, Nate, Kaylee, Calvin, and Cynthia.
Is this at the end of your freshman year?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you about some other friends you made. Did you meet some individuals who belong to a fraternity?
Yes.
What individuals did you meet?
I met Mark, Sid, Christian, and Phil.
Okay. What is Mark's full name?
Mark Capito.
What is Christian's full name?
Christian Ortega.
What is Sydney's last name?
Sydney Selesky.
And what is Phil's last name?
Phil Hahn.
Who did you meet first?
I think I met Mark first, then Sid, then Christian, and then later on I met Phil.
Okay. How did you meet Mark?
It was through a mutual friend, Calvin. They invited him to a party, and he told Nate, and Nate asked me if I wanted to go, and I said yeah. And I remember they picked us up and took us to the party to the house where the party was taking place. And I remember meeting Mark, and he had a plastic butterfly knife, which I thought was cool, and he showed me how to do like tricks with it.
Okay, you said Mark had a plastic butterfly knife?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's like it looks like a scissor without the handle, and then you could like flip it between your fingers and your hand, and you could, yeah.
Was this a real butterfly knife or a plastic toy knife?
No, it was a plastic toy knife.
And what sort of tricks would Mark do with it?
I would just see him like flip it in his hand.
What did you think of Mark, Christian, and Sydney when you met them?
I thought they were a pretty cool group to hang out with.
Why?
Because they were nice to us. And we had a lot of like similar interests.
Now, were they older than you?
Yes.
But even though they were older than you, did they treat you well?
Yeah.
Ultimately, were you invited to rush their fraternity?
Yes.
Did anyone else rush with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Phil Hahn.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about the rush process. Do you remember some of the requirements that you had to do to rush the fraternity?
Yes.
And what quarter did you rush the fraternity?
I think it was fall and winter.
Did you have to learn about a different culture?
Yes.
What culture did you have to learn about?
The Filipino culture.
So what were you expected to do?
We were expected to know not all, but like some of the facts about Filipino culture.
Did you know anything about Filipino culture prior to going to Davis?
No.
So what did you study to learn about Filipino culture?
Yes, I remember one of the assignments was called the I Hotel, and it was a hotel in San Francisco where a lot of Filipino people moved into. And I also remember it's called the Four Waves. It's about, I think, the World War and when the Filipino community started to join the army and how they transitioned to the United States. And
Would you be tested on this in any way?
yeah,
How would you be tested on it?
we would have to write an essay, not an essay, but like a paper about each subject, each assignment, and they would ask us about it when we would go to their house.
Did you pass that part of the rush requirement?
Not all of it, but yeah.
We heard testimony from Mark and Phil about some sort of song and dance requirement.
Yeah,
Do you remember that?
yeah,
Were you given a song and dance requirement?
yes,
Was someone supposed to do that with you?
yes.
Who was that?
Phil Hahn.
Were you and Phil Hahn, what song and dance assignment were you and Phil Hahn given?
Yeah, we chose to do Sugar Sugar by Baby Bash.
Okay. What is Sugar Sugar by Baby Bash?
It's a hip hop song.
Are there two people singing?
Yeah.
And who are you supposed to perform the Sugar Sugar song for? What group?
It was a sorority.
So the plan was for you and Phil to perform in front of the sorority.
Yes.
Did that ultimately happen?
We practiced, or we showed the brothers what we had. I remember at first we had the lyrics down, but the dance, the choreograph for the dance wasn't really good. It was pretty bad. So they disapproved of it, and we ended up not performing it to the sorority, just to the brothers.
So you performed the Sugar Sugar dance, for the brothers.
Yes.
And what did they think of it?
They thought it was pretty bad, so they said that we wouldn't perform it to the sorority.
So we heard testimony from Phil Hahn that there was a requirement of cookies and cream or some song and dance. Do you know what he was talking about?
Yeah.
What was he talking about?
Yeah, it's a Starburst ad, the candy, berries and creams, and it was an ad where two people were eating or talking about the Starburst candy, and another kid, he was dressed up as a leprechaun, and he went up to the other kids, and he asked if that was berries and creams, and he started doing a dance and reciting like berries and creams often.
I don't want you to demonstrate. Can you describe what type of dance this person dressed as a leprechaun would do?
Yeah, so it was like a leprechaun dance. He was just rock side to side saying berries and creams, and then he did I don't know what it's called, but it's when you click your heels together when you jump in the air.
Did you ever have to do the berries and cream dance?
Yeah.
Okay. Who did you perform the berries and cream dance for?
Or I had to do it, but I didn't perform it
What do you mean?
because we had other people in our line, and usually the number one performs it, and I wasn't number one at first, but after a while, I ended up becoming number one, but they never asked us, or they never asked me to perform it, so I never really
Did
did it.
someone perform the berries and cream dance?
Yes,
Who performed the dance?
Mark.
How was Mark's berries and cream dance?
It was pretty accurate to the ad.
Now, we heard some testimony that you punched a hole in a wall during your freshman year.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
yes.
What do you remember?
Yes, so I remember it was, or I had tested positive for COVID, and I was in a different housing unit where other people who had COVID were there, but we still had a single room to ourselves. And I remember taking a placement exam for chemistry, and I think the reason I punched the hole was because I was upset that I didn't pass it, and I punched the hole in the wall.
Let's back up. What did you get COVID?
Yeah,
What quarter did you get COVID?
I think the end of fall quarter.
And when you got COVID, were you allowed to stay in your dorm room by yourself?
No.
Where did you have to go?
You had to go to a separate housing unit where other people who had COVID were.
And how long were you required to remain in that separate housing unit?
I think 30 days.
While you were in that separate housing, could you leave, or were you required to stay in that unit?
No, you were required to stay there.
How did that impact you, being now it's your freshman year and now you're in a different dorm and can't even leave?
Yeah, at first, I remember just being kind of like hard about it. Like I didn't really like it, but then it like eased into me. Like I got used to it.
What, did you have to take a test, a sort of placement test, while you were in that housing unit for COVID?
Yes,
And what was that placement test for?
it was for chemistry.
When were you going to take chemistry?
My fall quarter.
So was this at the beginning of your fall quarter when you got COVID?
No, but I took the chemistry test, but I didn't pass it, and I had to take it again so I could take chemistry. But I tried to take chemistry in my fall quarter.
How did you do on your placement test?
I didn't do well. I didn't pass it.
And how did you feel when you found out you didn't pass?
I felt upset
Why were you upset?
because I wouldn't be able to take the class, and it would put me a little behind.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, when you came to Davis, what was your goal as to what you wanted to do for a career?
I wanted to be a doctor,
And why did you want to be a doctor?
to help people.
And what major did you plan to take when you came to UC Davis?
Biological sciences.
And did you know that you would have to take chemistry as a pre-med requirement?
Yeah.
So after you found out you did not pass the chemistry placement, what did you do?
That's when I went into the bedroom room and I punched the hole in the wall.
What type of material was it that you punched?
It wasn't.
Like sheetrock?
Yeah, I think it was sheetrock. It wasn't hardwood.
Had you ever punched a wall before in your life?
Yeah, I remember. I think I was 16, and me and my dad got into an argument, and I went to the backyard and started punching the garage wall.
And those are the only two times you punched a hole in your wall at that point in your life?
Yeah.
Did you know what happened to the hole? Did someone patch it, or
No, I don't know.
were you able to finally move back to your own dorm?
Yes.
What sort of sports would you do your freshman year?
Yeah. So we played. Me and Nate. We played football. And basketball.
Where would you play football?
It would be in the field right in front of the parking structure, the pavilion. If not, it would be near the MU. There would be other like fields, and we would if we had another person, we would do one-on-ones or we would just do drills.
Did you ever play basketball?
Yes,
Who would you play basketball with?
with Nate.
Okay, where would you play basketball?
We would either play at the Arc, the Davis courts, or the courts by an elementary school near Sycamore Park.
You said you played the Arc. What is that?
Yeah, it's the I think the recreational center where there's a gym and they have a track on top and they have basketball courts as well.
And you said you played basketball at the elementary school next to Sycamore Park?
Yeah,
How many times do you think you played there?
probably like 5 times.
Did you ever work out with Kaylee?
Yeah.
What would the two of you do?
So we would only do ab workouts together and we would run together, but then we would separate and we would do weights differently since we did like different weights. We didn't like have the same strength. But yeah, we would meet up towards the end to run and to do ab workouts.
Where would you go to the gym? Is that what you would do?
Yeah.
Even though you were no longer playing sports on a team, was it still important for you to stay physically fit?
Yeah.
Why?
I just grew up to be active, so I kind of wanted to stay active and stay in shape.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, we saw your transcript from your freshman year. How do you feel you did academically your freshman year?
I think I did, at least for fall quarter, I think I did pretty good. The classes weren't that hard. But I do remember taking later on in my winter and spring quarter, taking chemistry, biology, and calculus, and I do remember those classes were a lot harder. I remember failing calculus.
I'd like to take you back to high school. Was it hard for you to earn A's in most of your classes?
No, the classes were pretty easy.
Okay. So, if you did all your work, could you get an A?
Yeah,
When would you do your work?
I would do it during the class.
Did you find the classes you were taking at Davis more challenging than you expected?
Yes.
How so?
Yeah, they required a lot more studying, and there was a lot more homework that they gave out compared to high school.
Did you have fun your freshman year?
Yes.
Why did you find your freshman year to be fun?
Because of the friendships that I made, and yeah.
Do you think you spent a little too much time having fun when you should have been studying?
Yeah, I think so.
From your experience, do you think you were the only freshman who did that, or do you think other people did that as well?
No, I think other people did that as well.
Now, Mr. Reales Dominguez, you've heard the testimony about the symptoms of schizophrenia,
Yes.
and as you sit here today, are you now familiar with symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
When you left for UC Davis, did you even know what schizophrenia was?
No.
Had you ever heard about it?
No.
I'd like to begin with the first part of your freshman year. Let me back up. Prior to leaving for UC Davis, had you had any sort of health issues at all growing up?
No.
Other than that broken thumb, did you have to go to a hospital for any other reason?
Yeah, I had, in elementary school, I had surgery done to remove my appendix.
Other than the broken thumb and the appendix being removed, did you ever have to go to a hospital for anything else?
No.
directing your attention to the first part of your freshman year, okay, prior to coming back from winter quarter. Thinking back, do you think you experienced any symptoms of schizophrenia during that time period?
No.
Now I'd like to direct your attention to the second part of your freshman year. Looking back, did you have any experiences which you now believe were or may have been positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember once I was in Kaylee's dorm, and I had a dream where I don't remember if I woke up or if I just woke up in the dream, and I seen like a devil, like a shadow figure at the corner of the room, sitting down on the table with paper.
You said a shadow figure. Describe what you saw.
So it was just like a dark, still figure with no features. Yeah.
Okay. What was this dark, still figure doing?
He was just sitting down, and there was a table in front of him with a piece of paper.
What was this figure doing anything with the paper?
No.
You said you believed this figure was the devil.
Yeah.
Why did you believe this figure was the devil?
Or that's how I interpreted the dream as. I didn't really know too much about like what it was, so I just thought it was a devil.
You said at the time you thought it was a dream. Were you awake or were you dreaming, or do you not know?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
When you saw this figure, where was Kaylee?
She was next to me asleep.
Did you try to do anything with respect to Kaylee?
No.
Did you try to wake her up?
No.
Do you recall, and how do you know this was during your freshman year?
Because we were in the dorms.
Other than it was after winter break, is there any way you could narrow it down to what month it was when you saw this person?
No.
Were you and Kaylee still together as a couple?
Yeah.
Or you were officially a couple by this time?
Yeah.
Did you experiencing anything else your freshman year that you now believe was a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What did you see?
It was another dream. I was in my dorm, and I think it's called sleep paralysis. It's where you like wake up from the dream and you can't move, but you could hear and see things. And I saw another like shadow figure like on top of me, just like preventing me from moving.
Okay. What do you mean you saw a shadow figure on top of you? Explain what you saw.
Yeah, it was like another like it was like a human like on top of me, like it was similar to the dream I had before where the shadow figure was like just like a still like being.
You say human. Did it have a human form?
Yeah.
But were there any features?
No.
So what did you see in this human form?
I just seen it was like kneeing on me, like putting their knees on top of my chest, and because of that I wouldn't be able to get up.
Could you feel something pushing on you?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I remember I tried to scream, but I couldn't, and I would just be there like that for like a couple of minutes, and I would just look around the room to see if there was something else there. But then after I think I like closed my eyes, and then I like woke up from the dream, and I was able to move.
So is this the second time you've seen a shadow figure?
Yeah.
Where were you at this time?
I was in my dorm.
Were you with anyone or were you by yourself?
No, I was by myself.
And you described it as a sleep paralysis dream. Looking back at that, were you asleep? Were you awake? Or do you not know?
I don't know.
Did you ever, your freshman year, discuss what you were experiencing with anyone in terms of what you were seeing?
Yeah, so I remember that was a time when me and Phil were getting close to each other because of the fraternity. So I remember telling him, or I asked him if he ever heard voices, and because, like,
Let me stop you there for a minute. The two shadow figures that you saw, did you hear anything at that point when you saw the shadow figures?
No, no.
Okay. At some point, did you begin to experience something that you thought were voices?
Yes.
And is this freshman year?
Yeah.
What did you experience?
Yeah, I remember my thoughts were racing more, so I interpreted that as voices, and that's why I asked Phil if he ever heard voices.
You said your thoughts were racing more. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Yeah, so I would have more thoughts coming into my head out of like nowhere. Like I would just think of like random things.
Did this concern you at all at the time?
Not that much.
Was it anything you'd ever experienced before in your life? These racing thoughts coming into your head?
No.
So what did you recall where you had your conversation with Phil at?
I remember it was in his car. I don't remember where we were specifically, but I do remember it was in his car.
And did you tell him did you say racing thoughts or did you use the word voices?
I used the word voices.
You recall what Phil told you?
No, I don't.
Now, you were here when Mark Caputo testified that you also asked him whether he heard voices.
Yeah.
Do you have any memory of speaking to Mark about the voices your freshman year?
No.
After your freshman year ended, did you take a trip anywhere?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
Me and my family, we went to Las Vegas, and Kaylee joined too.
How was it that Kaylee came along with you to Las Vegas?
She flew from Orange County to Las Vegas, and we just picked her up.
How did you get there?
My dad and mom drove.
Do you remember that trip to Las Vegas?
Yeah.
What did you and Kaylee do during that trip?
We were either at the pool, or we would take my brother and my sister. We would all go together to the strip just to walk around.
Now, we saw a photo of you on Las Vegas. At that point, had you lost some of the weight you gained in your freshman year?
Yeah.
What did you do to lose the weight?
I remember because my parents, they had or my dad, he had a bench. So for the summer, I was working out in his bench, and then at school, where I was working out with Nathan as well.
So by the end of the summer, what type of shape were you? By the beginning of the summer, when you went to Las Vegas, what type of shape were you in?
I was in pretty good shape.
What type of hairstyle did you have by the end of your freshman year?
I had it's called a taper, it's short hair.
Now, we saw from the YouTube video and the photos from the fall, you've had longer haircuts throughout your life.
Yeah.
Prior to your sophomore year, had you ever let your hair grow long?
No.
Now, after the trip to Vegas, did you go home for the summer?
Yeah.
And where was home at that point?
In Tracy.
I'm not asking for a specific address, but where did your parents live? Was it a house, an apartment?
Yeah, they rented a house.
How many bedrooms?
3 bedrooms.
Did you have to share a bedroom with anyone?
Yeah.
Who did you share it with?
My brother.
Do you remember anything happening that summer that you now believe was a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yeah, my brother called it out to me. He said that I was staring at the ceiling fan for a long period of time.
Where was the ceiling fan?
It was on the ceiling in our in our room. My brother's in my room.
Now, you said your brother pointed out to you. Did you catch yourself staring at when he pointed out to you, what did you think?
I just smiled at him, because he was like confused, and I didn't really have an answer for him, so I just said, I don't know.
Do you have memories of actually sitting at home that summer staring at the ceiling fan?
Yeah.
At that staring at the ceiling fan, was that something you had ever done prior to, this would be the summer after your freshman year?
No.
Growing up, had you ever had an experience where you would stare at walls for long periods of time?
No.
Did you ever have an experience where you would stare out into space for long periods of time?
No.
Anything else you remember about that summer, which you now believe was a symptom of schizophrenia?
No.
Now, sir, we're at the summer of 2021. At this point, had you ever heard of schizophrenia before?
No.
Did you know anything about the symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
Did you think you've now seen the two shadow people, you've had the racing thoughts, now you're staring at a ceiling fan. Did you think something was wrong with you?
No.
Okay. What did you think was happening?
I really didn't really think about it.
Now, prior to the end of your freshman year, did you decide to be roommates with someone in your sophomore year?
Yes.
Who did you decide to be roommates with?
It was between me, Nathan, and Calvin. We talked about getting a room together, and we decided to room together and look for apartments.
Who came up with the idea of rooming together?
I think Nate did.
Did Nate ask you to room with him?
Yeah.
Were you excited about rooming with Nathan?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it would be like something new. It would be like the first time that I got my own apartment, or at least with them. And it was fun being with them, so I thought it was going to be pretty fun.
Had your freshman year, had you lived in a dorm by yourself the entire year?
Yeah.
Who took the lead on finding the apartment?
Calvin.
And did he find that apartment before the summer ended? I mean, before the summer began, or was it during the summer?
I think it was before summer.
Do you remember when you moved into the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
And where are the Parkside Apartments located?
They're in F Street. I don't know the specific address, but I know it's somewhere in F Street.
When you moved into the Parkside Apartments, did Kaylee move anywhere?
Yeah.
Where did she move into?
To the Ryder Apartments
And where are the Ryder Apartments located?
in Olive Drive near the In-N-Out.
Are they near any train tracks?
Yeah.
After you moved into the Parkside Apartments, focusing on fall 2021, did you experience anything that you now believe was a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What do you recall?
I remember it was nighttime. I was working on a music beat on my computer, and I looked under my desk, and there was a shadow with just like the face structure with no features, and it had like two horns coming out of its head.
So it was a shadow with no face features, but two horns coming out of its head?
Yeah.
Describe what you mean by two horns coming out of its head.
Yeah, like what you see on like the media, like just two horns coming like out from the head towards the air.
When you say in the media for what?
Like the representations of devils.
Are you familiar with the Arizona State Sun Devils? Their
No.
mascot?
No.
How about the Duke Blue Devils?
No.
How about the Davis High Blue Devils?
I heard of the Davis being referred as to the Blue Devils.
Have you seen kind of images in the media of a devil figure with horns and a tail?
Yeah,
Is that the type of horns you were talking about?
yeah.
So, was anyone with you at the time you saw the shadow figure with the horns under your desk?
Yeah.
Who was with you?
Kaylee was on my bed sleeping, and I tried to wake her up because I got scared of the shadow, but she didn't wake up, so I just moved like the wires, and the shadow disappeared.
Why did the shadow scare you?
Because it looked like the devil, and I thought something like evil was like surrounding me.
How did you try to wake Kaylee up?
I just screamed her name. I was like, Kaylee, Kaylee.
And what happened then?
Then she didn't wake up, so I paid my attention back to the shadow, and I tried to reach for it, and I just moved the wires that were in front of it, and it disappeared.
What do you remember next?
Next, I just continued to work on my music beat.
Did you ever tell Kaylee about, when she woke up, about the shadow with the horns under the desk?
No.
Why not?
I kind of just forgot about it.
Now, when you began your sophomore year, did you still have your car?
No.
What happened to your car?
I sold it that summer.
You sold it that summer?
Yeah.
So what method of transportation did you have during your sophomore year?
Yeah, I had a bike, or I would walk, or take the bus.
Did you have a bike throughout your full sophomore year?
No, just the beginning and middle, not the end of it.
What happened to your bike?
It was stolen.
Do you remember which quarter your bike was stolen?
I think near the winter quarter.
After your bike was stolen, did you get another bike your sophomore year?
No.
How would you get from the Parkside Apartments to the Ryder Apartments when you would go to visit Kaylee?
I would either walk or ride my bike. I would walk along the train tracks, because if you follow the train tracks, it goes to a gate that has an opening at the railroad station in Davis, and I would just cross the train tracks and go through the gate that was open, and I would be at the Ryder's apartment. It would be like a shortcut.
Let's begin with,
Let's stop there. Okay, so mark your spot, counsel. Mr. Reales Dominguez, thank you for your testimony this morning. You can return to counsel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on this Monday, let's take our mid-day break, a full lunch hour break. We'll be back at 1:30 for testimony. As we've done, the three-part admonition is in play at all times. Do not discuss, do not form opinions, do not research. And I'll see you.
Ton, as in ton, like heavy, like weight-wise. So I named him Ember Griston for his color.
this photo taken in October, is this after you've adopted Ember, or is Kaylee still fostering?
I think Kaylee was still fostering them.
Describe your relationship with Ember when you first got him.
We were pretty close. I used to spend a lot of time with him. I wouldn't leave him off my watch. Yeah.
Did you take him to the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
At the Parkside Apartments, was Ember an indoor cat or outdoor cat?
Indoor cat.
Did you have a litter box?
Yeah.
Did you feed Ember cat food?
Yes.
What sort of things would you do with Ember when you first adopted him?
Yeah. So, I got him a laser pointer, or I would play with him with a laser pointer. He would just like follow the dot around. I got him another toy, It was like a fishing net with a rat at the end, and he would just scratch it. I also got him a cat tree, where he would scratch the bottom of the cat tree.
Did you ever intentionally let Ember outside while you were living at the Parkside Apartments?
No, but he would sometimes go outside.
How did that happen?
Whenever like a roommate was entering the house, he would just wait by the door and kind of like wait for the door to open and run outside.
Were there times you had to catch Ember after he got out?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He would usually go to a tree. He would just climb the tree and just kind of stay there. And then I would have to climb the tree and get him down.
Did you go home for Christmas break after your fall quarter?
Yes.
Where did Ember go?
He came with me.
Now, you heard your sister, you remember when your sister Mia testified?
Yes.
She indicated under the winter Christmas break following your sophomore fall that she was in your room with you and you were staring at a wall. You recall that?
Yeah.
You recall her testifying to that?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
No.
She testified that you told her you were seeing things on the wall. Do you remember hearing her testify to that?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of seeing things on the wall your winter break following your sophomore fall?
No.
Do you have any specific memories, once again, from that winter break of having symptoms of schizophrenia at your parents' house?
No.
Do you recall returning to Davis following your winter break?
Yes.
Now directing your attention to the winter order. Let me back up. Did you start losing weight over the fall quarter of your sophomore year?
A little bit.
Do you know why you were losing weight?
I think I was eating less.
Did you still have the same student meal plan, or was that gone?
No, it was gone.
So, because you lived in an apartment off campus, what did you have to do for food?
I had to go grocery shopping.
During the winter quarter, do you remember anything at the Parkside Apartments that you now recognize was a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember it was me and Kaylee. We were in the living room of Parkside, and we were working on an assignment. And I remember looking near the corner of the wall, near the door, and there was like a totem there, like a shadow that looked like a totem, like a little statue. And I remember being paranoid because there wasn't any source to the shadow. It was just there by its own. But then I got distracted with Ember and kind of forgot about it.
What do you mean by a totem?
Yeah, it was like it wasn't that big of a shadow. It just looked like a mini statue of some sort.
Can you describe it?
So I think what I could see was its arms, kind of like holding its hips, or like having the arms near the hips. And I didn't see a face, but I seen like the legs having like some sort of stand next to it.
By totem, you mean something like a totem pole? What do you mean by totem?
Like a little statue that, yeah.
And so what features, you said arms?
Yeah, it had arms by the hips, and then the legs were like standing on something.
And where was this? Did you see it in the apartment?
We were in the living room at the corner by the door.
You said you started to get paranoid. How did you feel?
Yeah, I started to feel scared because it didn't have like a source like of sunlight to actually create the shadow. It looked like it was just there by its own.
Did you point it out to Kaylee?
No.
Did your relationship with Nathan change over the course of your sophomore year?
Yes.
How so?
So at first, he would reach out to me to play video games or to play chess or to do something. But later he got a job at Panda and he stopped reaching out to me, so we kind of stopped hanging out.
Did you assume, well, the reason he stopped reaching out to you was because of his job at Panda?
Yeah, he had more to do.
And by Panda, you mean Panda Express?
Yes.
You heard Nathan testify that he observed you on several occasions moving your lips like talking to someone, but no one was there. Do you remember hearing that testimony?
Yes.
Do you remember any instances where you may have been moving your lips and talking to someone in front of Nathan?
No.
Did Nathan ever tell you that he'd observed that behavior?
No.
Did he ever tell you that it freaked him out?
No.
You heard Kaylee testify that during your sophomore year there would be multiple times you would go out and you would believe people were saying things about you.
Yeah.
Do you remember do you have any memory of instances when you're with Kaylee and you believe people were talking about you?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember we were going to the Arboretum at Davis to look for a spot in the grass to do homework or to study. And I remember as we were going towards the spot, there was another group of people next to us, and I thought I heard something that they said, and I like whispered something under my breath, and Kaylee said, "What was that?" And I was like, "Nothing."
Did you believe they had said something?
Yeah.
Do you recall any other incidents where you believed people were saying things about you when you were out with Kaylee?
Yes.
And the incidents that you remember, what quarter is this?
Spring quarter.
What's another incident you remember?
Yeah, we were out at a coffee shop. I don't remember if it was Starbucks or Phil's Coffee, but I heard someone next to me say something, and I asked Kaylee if she heard that, and she said she didn't hear anything.
Do you recall ever having conversations with Kaylee where she was telling you that people were not saying anything about you?
Yeah.
What do you remember about those conversations?
Yeah, it would just start off with like me thinking they had said something and asking her, and then she would just be like, "No, like they didn't say anything."
Now, you heard Kaylee testify this happened multiple times that she couldn't give a number to?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than the two you just testified, is there any other ones that you personally remember?
Yes.
What is that?
We were entering writer apartments, and when we were like midway towards to the elevator, I heard someone say something like fun, like I'm funny in a negative way, and that's when I turned around, and I seen a guy and a girl walking into the writer apartments, and I thought that the guy had said that about me.
So what did you do?
I confronted him. I said, "Oh, what did you say something about me? What did you say?"
And how did he react?
I think he said he hadn't said anything.
What happened next?
Then I was getting closer to him, but then Kaylee kind of got in the way, and she had her phone in the hand, and that's when I took her phone and kind of threw it to the ground.
You know why you threw Kaylee's phone to the ground?
No.
What happened then?
Then I think we went to the elevator. I think she had to get something from her apartment, and then she drove me to my apartment.
What, if anything, do you remember about the drive to your apartment?
I remember hopping out the car while it was moving. I don't know why I did that, but yeah.
And what do you remember after that?
after, I don't remember anything.
Do you have any memory of Kaylee trying to call you or text you that night and you not responding?
No,
Do you have any memory of talking with Kaylee about this incident the next morning?
no,
Did you try to tackle the man?
I don't remember that.
During your sophomore year, did you begin spending more time in your room?
Yes.
Do you know why you started spending more time in your room?
I kind of just got into drawing and music, so I would like to do that in my room.
So you would draw, you would write music?
Yeah, or create beats.
What do you mean by creating beats?
Yeah, it was a software in my computer called Logic Pro, and there was different sounds and instruments that you could pick out, and it had a digital keyboard where you could press one of the keys and a sound would come out from the computer, and you could combine those different instruments to make sort of like a song, but without lyrics.
In addition to making beats, did you actually write song lyrics?
Yes,
Did you write rap songs?
yes,
Did you write any poems?
yes.
At this point, had your focus on your schoolwork changed in any way?
A little bit.
How?
I was getting into music more.
And how did that impact your schoolwork?
For my other classes, I kind of started to slacking off a bit, because I would just like look into music more.
Did you ever have any conversation with Kaylee where she felt you were spending too much time in your room?
No,
During your sophomore year, did you go out as often with Kaylee, or did you spend more time in your room?
I think it was more time in our room or in my room.
Now, when you were dating Kaylee, did she ever tell you that she was bisexual?
Yes,
When did you learn that?
I think freshman year.
At some point, did Kaylee break up with you?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically when that was? What month?
I think it was somewhere in winter quarter, so like March or April.
What do you remember about her breaking up with you?
I just remember she said that she wasn't into guys anymore. She was more into girls, so she wanted to end the relationship.
When she told you that, how did that make you feel?
I was hurt at first, but I got over it later.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, were you in love with Kaylee?
Yes,
Did you want, when she first broke up with you, did you want the relationship to continue if possible?
yes,
Was there a time where you, after she broke up with you, where you maybe tried to reinitiate physical intimacy with her?
yes.
Were those efforts successful?
No,
At some point did you accept that you and Kaylee were never going to be a couple again?
yes.
When did you accept that?
I think later down the summer.
That would be the summer after your sophomore year?
Yes,
Did you want to remain friends with Kaylee?
yes.
Why?
Because she was a good person that I wanted to keep in contact with, even though we had separated, even if it was just as friends.
Now, after she broke up with you, did you ever have sex with Kaylee again?
No,
Mr. Mr. Reales Dominguez, can you even give an estimate of how many poems, raps, or song lyrics you wrote during your sophomore year?
No.
Was it a lot?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit, or excuse me, People's Exhibit 43C. Mr. Reales Dominguez, do you recognize that poem as one of the poems you wrote? Do you have memory of writing that poem or song? Do you have memories of writing it?
No.
Do you have memories of what that poem or song is about?
No.
I'd like you to assume that was found on your Apple Notes. Do you have memories of writing songs or poetry on your Apple Notes?
Yes.
Having read that, even though you don't remember it, do you have an idea about what that poem or song is about?
Yeah.
What do you think it's about?
I think it's about sex.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Now, the first line is saying knife in my hand. You see this date here, April 6th of 2022?
Yes.
That's in your sophomore year?
Yes.
Is that around the general time when Kaylee broke up with you?
Yes.
Can you specifically recall whether Kaylee broke up with you before April 6th or after?
No.
Reading this, do you think this is a poem or a song?
I think it's trying. It looks like a poem, but it's not fully a poem.
You said you think this is about sex?
Yeah.
Do you remember writing songs or poems or raps about that dealt with sex?
Yeah.
Why do you think this is about sex?
The first line, it says slitting her shell. I think that's about like cutting through the ice, like not like warming up to each other, just getting straight through to the point,
And by straight to the point, what do you mean?
like just to have sex.
So, do you think the knife is a metaphor?
Yes.
What else about this poem makes you think it's about sex?
The fourth line, it says when I push and stroke in.
Maybe somewhat obvious, but why do you think that is about sex?
Because of the last part and stroke in. I have like a memory of like using that as to reference sex as a metaphor.
Reference sexual intercourse?
Yeah.
And is there anything else that you believe that this is about sex?
Yeah, I think the seventh line or the sixth line, it says riding misfortune, and that's like when a girl's on top of you and she's like riding you, and misfortune is like I'm referencing to her or to a her.
Is misfortune, is that a reference to you or her, or are you not sure?
I think it's to her.
And is there anything else about that poem that you think it's about sex?
No.
You see this word here?
Yeah.
And what is that word?
Suck.
Does the word suck, can that have sexual meaning?
Yes.
The final word, I'm no stramvangant. Do you know what that means?
No.
Is that even a word?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember ever, you have any idea what that word may mean?
No.
Have you ever been to an expensive street in Sweden?
No.
Okay, so No chance you're referring to a slightly different spelling of a street in Sweden, correct?
No, I don't think so.
So, and then it goes at least in M. You know what that means?
No, I don't.
You said, well, were some of your poems and songs good?
I thought some of them were good.
Were some of them bad?
Yes.
What do you think of this one?
I think it's okay. It's not. I think it's still, like, I could add more to it, but yeah, I think it's okay.
Now, I'd like to assume that someone may argue that this poem is about you wanting to hurt Kaylee. Did you love Kaylee?
Yes.
After she broke up with her, did you ever want to hurt her?
No.
Did you ever think about hurting her?
No.
After you broke up with Kaylee, did you still sometimes think about the times you had sex with her?
Yes.
Now, if this was written in April of 2022, beyond kitchen knives, did you own any knife at this time, beyond basic kitchen knives?
No.
Did your, I'd like to think the months after Kaylee broke up with you, did your physical, do you remember your physical appearance changing at all?
Yeah.
How so?
I let my hair grow longer, and I was getting skinnier.
You know why you were getting skinnier?
I don't think I was eating as much.
How about your hygiene? Were you still showering once or twice a day?
Yeah, I think like once a day.
So your memory, you think in the summer of 2022, your hygiene was still good?
Yeah.
You recall Kaylee testifying differently?
Yeah.
At some point, did you get a job at Jack in the Box?
Yes.
What specifically do you remember about getting a job at Jack in the Box?
I just remember being there. I don't really remember how I got it.
Do you have any memory of you applying for a job?
No.
Any memory of you interviewing for a job?
No.
Do you have a memory of being at Jack in the Box as an employee?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember there was this lady. She brought cupcakes and she asked if I wanted one, but I told her I didn't. But she kind of forced to give me one, so I just took it.
Was this a lady who worked at Jack in the Box?
Yeah.
What else do you remember about working at Jack in the Box?
Yeah, I remember there was a bush outside the drive-through window, and I would look at it because it would look like a face, so I would kind of just stare at it.
Do you have any memory of working the drive-through?
Yeah, I have one memory. It was in the afternoon when I was working the drive-through.
And is that the same memory when you were staring at the bush?
I think there were different memories.
What did the bush look like again?
It looked like a face, like it had trash in it that it looked like it had eyes and a mouth.
Do you were here when Gladys Verdon testified?
Yes.
Do you recognize Ms. Verdon?
No.
Do you recall ever meeting her?
No.
Do you recall ever speaking to her?
No.
You heard her testify that you would stand and stare at walls for long periods of time. Do you remember doing that?
No.
You recall when she testified about a time when you were working the drive-through, the buzzer was going out throughout the store and you were staring at a wall and she came out and pulled the headset off your head. Do you recall hearing her testify to that?
Yeah.
Do you have any memory of that?
No.
What else do you remember about Jack in the Box?
I think that's about it.
Do you remember how you stopped working at Jack in the Box? What happened?
Yeah, I sent a text to the manager saying that I wanted to focus on school more and that I couldn't work anymore.
At some point, did you move out of the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
By the time you moved out, what was the relationship between you and Nathan at that time?
I don't think it was good. We kind of stopped talking, and yeah.
Why did you think you stopped talking?
We didn't talk to each other for like the end part of Parkside, or I didn't see him as much at the apartments.
After you moved out of Parkside, other than seeing him in court, did you ever see Nathan again?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Nathan since you moved out of the Parkside Apartments?
No.
How was it that you, at some point, did you move into a residence located at 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
How did you move into that house?
Yeah. So one of the roommates there, he was leaving, and they needed another person to move in instead of him, and they asked me if I wanted to move in, and they said that I could move in, and they said yeah.
Which roommate was moving out?
His name was Sid Selesky.
And who were the other roommates who were there?
Mark, Christian, and Phil.
So do you recall moving in to the Hawthorne house?
Yeah.
When you first moved in, was Sidney out of his bedroom yet?
No.
Okay, so where did you stay?
I stayed in the living room couch for like 1 or 2 weeks.
Would you sleep on the couch?
Yeah.
Now, while you were in the living room for those 1 or 2 weeks at the beginning of the fall term, did you have any experiences that you now recognize were positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember hearing whispers. It sounded like if the TV was left on, and it would just be voices in the background. And I also remember hearing noises, like loud bangs on the wall, and knocks on the door.
Can you describe what you mean by whispers in more detail?
Yeah, so it would sound like a bunch of people talking at the same time in like a low tone, and it would kind of be off in the background.
And what about the loud noises? What did you remember hearing?
Yeah, I remember hearing like loud bangs around the house, and also like knocks in the front door.
Did you ever check to see if anyone was there?
Yeah.
Was anyone there?
No.
So when you heard these whispers and these loud noises, how did that make you feel?
I started to feel paranoid.
Why? Why were you feeling paranoid? What concerned you?
Because they wouldn't like leave me alone. Like it would kind of just like happen, and it would kind of take my focus away, and I would be like my focus would be on the loud bangs and the noises instead of something else.
Who or what did you think was the source of these whispers and the loud knocks or bangs?
I didn't really think of them at that time.
Now, while you were in the living room, did you see anything that you now recognize was a symptom of schizophrenia while you were still in the living room?
No.
At some point, after 1 or 2 weeks, did you move into your room?
Yes.
After moving in your room, did you have an experience that you now recognize was a hallucination?
Yes.
What did you recognize?
I remember I was walking out my door, and Mark's door was slightly open, and his door was to the left of my door, and I seen like a shadow, with a bald head, being in a sitting position.
So, a shadow with a bald head in a seated position. Explain that in more detail.
Yeah, so it didn't have no features. It was just like the structure of a shadow, or like it looked like a human, but it didn't have no features. It was just like a dark picture on the door, and it looked like it was in a sitting position.
Was this similar to the first shadow you'd seen back in your freshman year where you thought it was the devil?
Yes.
Were both those shadows bald?
No, just the one I seen at the door.
So what did you think when you saw this?
I didn't really think too much of it. I kind of just kept walking and went away.
While you were when you moved in the bedroom, did you continue to hear the whispers?
Yes.
How frequently would you hear the whispers in the bedroom?
It would happen pretty frequently. I'd say at least once every day.
How did these whispers affect you?
Yeah, they would like take my focus away, and I couldn't really work on anything.
At some point, did you think there was a connection between the whispers and the shadows that you saw?
Yeah,
When did that occur?
I think later in the year.
At some point during your fall year, let me back up. Still focused on the fall of your junior year, would you do anything to get the whispers to stop?
Yeah,
What would you do?
I would listen to music.
Did you do anything else to try to get the whispers to stop?
Yeah, I would go out on walks.
Where would you go on walks to?
I would either walk near the neighborhood, or I would walk to the park that's next to the house, which is Sycamore Park.
By next to the house, you mean near the house?
Yeah, near the house.
Before you moved into the Hawthorne residence, how many times total do you think you've been to Sycamore Park? Including the times you played basketball at the elementary school next door.
Probably like 6 times.
Did that park have any special significance to you?
No.
So what would you do when you walked to the park? What would you do when you got there?
I would either sit at the play structure and play chess on my phone, or I would go to the swing set and swing on one of the swings.
At some point, did you find anything on one of your walks to Sycamore Park?
Yes.
What did you find?
I found like a blade with no handle near the swing set.
When you say a blade with no handle, what do you mean?
Yeah, it was just like the sharp end, like the sharp part of the blade, and then it didn't have a handle. It was just loose.
What, if anything, did you do with this blade?
Yeah, I would start to throw it to a tree to see if it will stick, but most of the times it would just bounce off. It wouldn't really stick.
Okay, when you say throwing it at a tree, what would you, was it one specific tree?
Yeah,
Where was the tree located?
it was like in between the play structures.
And where would you stand?
In front of the tree.
How long would you try to throw this blade into the tree when you'd be at the park?
It was for a while.
Did you take that blade home with you?
Yeah,
And when you came back, you go back to Sycamore Park, did you bring it with you?
yeah,
And did you continue that routine of throwing it into the tree?
yes.
Do you know why you would spend time throwing this blade into the tree?
Not really. I would just try to make it stick to the tree.
And how often did it actually stick?
Not often. Most of the time it would just bounce off.
On these walks, did you ever, when you go to Sycamore Park, would you ever see shadow figures?
Yes.
What would you see?
Yeah, so I would see like shadows off in the distance, or I would like catch the shadows at the corner of my eye, and they would just like pass by really quickly, or like they would appear and then disappear really quickly.
When you describe seeing shadows off in the distance, can you give us a little more detail?
Yeah, so it would be like short shadows, not very big. It would just be like small like objects, like as if they were being thrown or just passing by.
Would you, and I'm focusing on fall of your junior year, would you hear whispers on your walks, or would those go away when you left?
They would go away once I left.
But you still saw shadows?
Yeah.
At some point, did you remember looking for a knife to purchase?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember going on Amazon and looking for a knife to replace the one I had.
And by replace the one you had, what are you referring to?
The one I found at Sycamore Park.
Why did you want to replace that?
Because it was getting, the blade that I found was getting dull, and it wasn't sticking, or I thought that was the reason it wasn't sticking. So I decided to get a new knife.
And what memories do you have of going on Amazon? Do you remember hitting purchase? What do you remember?
No, I just remember scrolling and looking at different knives.
Now, you saw the Amazon results that showed this happened. You purchased a knife on December 5th. You remember seeing that?
Yeah.
Do you recall when the knife arrived, whether it was before winter break or after winter break?
No, I don't.
Now, during the fall, did you ever see the shadow figures close up, or were they always at, other than the ones in your room, in your home, the ones outside, were they ever close up, or were they always at a distance?
They were always at a distance.
I'd like to ask you about other incidents that may have happened in your fall quarter. You recall both Mark Capito and Phil Hahn testifying about an incident where you pushed one or both of them?
Yeah.
Do you have any memory of pushing anyone?
Yeah, I just have a memory of pushing Phil or getting into like a shoving match with him.
Do you have any memory of what brought that about?
No.
We also heard testimony about a broken toilet. You were recall hearing that?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of how that toilet was broken?
No, I don't remember how it was broken.
Do you remember seeing the broken toilet?
Yes.
Was there anything in your bedroom that was ultimately broken sometime during the fall of your junior year?
Yes.
What was that?
Yeah, I had like a net around my bed to prevent the bugs from coming in, and it was held by posts. And I remember coming into my room and the posts were like bent in, and the tent was like on the bed instead of it being over the bed.
You said you had a net around your bed to prevent bugs from coming in?
Yeah, like a net bug.
Now, are these the nets that you might have in like a tropical type environment where there are a lot of insects?
Kind of, but it wasn't that strong.
Why did you put a net in your bedroom to prevent bugs?
Because I'm scared of spiders, and I had seen spiders in my room, and I didn't want them to like sting me or come near me while I'd be sleeping.
How many spiders did you see in your room before you decided to put up the net?
I think like 4 different times.
When did this fear of spiders begin?
I always had a fear of spiders.
But throughout your entire life, when was the first time you put up a net around your bed to protect you from spiders?
Just my junior year.
At At some point did that net get damaged?
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, so I just seen the poles bent down, and the net wasn't standing anymore, so I just took it down.
Do you have any memory of how those poles got bent?
No.
I'd like to talk to you about how you were taking care of Ember at this point. Did you bring Ember with you to the Hawthorne residence?
Yes.
Prior to coming to Hawthorne, had Ember been an indoor cat except for the time she got out to climb the tree, or he got out?
Yeah.
Did that change at Hawthorne?
Yeah.
How did it change?
Yeah, so I started to let him use the bathroom outside, and he kind of started to wander off and would go into the streets. And sometimes I would follow him, but most of the times I would just bring him back inside.
Given that Ember had been raised as an indoor cat, why did you start letting him go outside?
Because I started to go outside more, and I kind of felt bad that he was just inside without me.
Did you keep a litter box for Ember at the Hawthorne residence, if you recall?
Yeah, but I don't think I used it.
So where would Ember have to go to use the bathroom?
Inside I had like dirt, and he would just use that to use the bathroom.
What do you mean you had dirt inside?
Like I wanted to plant a plant, and I just had like the soil and the dirt there, and he would just kind of like throw it down to the floor and would use it as a bathroom.
You said Ember would throw the dirt down?
Yeah, like he would take it out from the planter.
So Ember would, with its hand, pull the dirt out
Yeah,
and then use it to go to the bathroom?
yeah.
Do cats have hands?
Pause.
Thanks, Tom.
Did Ember use its paw?
Yes, it's paw.
When you saw Ember using its paw to remove dirt from the plant, did it occur to you that maybe you should set up a litter box?
No, I thought he was pretty smart to do that.
And I would agree with you, but did you consider that it might be a good idea to give Ember a place to go to the bathroom like it had at the parkside?
No, it didn't occur to me.
Describe how you started feeding Ember during the fall quarter at the Hawthorne residence.
Yeah, so at some point I started feeding him human food because I ran out of cat food. So I started giving him like portions of my food to eat.
So when would you feed Ember? When you ate?
Yeah.
And how frequently were you eating during this time period? Again, we're in the fall quarter, your junior year.
At least once a day.
Did it occur to you that Ember still needed cat food on a regular basis?
Not really. I thought he was good on the food that I was feeding him.
At some point, did you become aware of other people feeding Ember?
Yeah.
How did you become aware of that?
I remember Mark asked me if he could feed Ember. I think it was like some salmon pieces, and I said yeah.
Did you know, you heard Mark testify that he started feeding Ember on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Were you aware that Mark and his girlfriend were feeding Ember?
Not regularly.
What do you mean not regularly?
Like not on a regular basis. I just have a memory of him asking me, and it was like little salmon pieces that he had given him.
Other than when he asked if you give him the salmon pieces, did you have any other memory that Mark or Naomi were feeding Ember?
No.
Did Mark have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
What was her name?
Naomi.
At some point, did Ember start spending time in rooms other than yours?
Yeah.
Okay, when did that begin?
I think before winter break, he started to use his paw to open the door because I had a sliding door without a lock, so he would like slide it open and go into the living room or into other rooms.
Did that bother you at the time that Ember no longer wanted to spend time with you?
At first it did, but mainly because he would just open the door and just leave it open. But after I kind of got used to it.
Now, Mr. Reales Dominguez, did your parents provide you with any financial support to attend college?
No.
How did you pay for college? Your tuition, your food, your living expenses?
With financial aid from the school.
Did you receive financial aid all 3 years?
Yeah.
When would you receive it?
I would receive it every quarter. I don't know when exactly, but it would be at least once every quarter.
Would you receive a lump sum?
Yeah.
Do you recall how much you would receive? Let's go to your freshman year. How much would you receive each quarter, if you remember?
I think freshman year, since I was in the dorms, it wouldn't be a lot. I think it would be less than 1,000. But sophomore and junior year, it would be more since I was living off campus.
And did you have any trouble your sophomore year meeting your financial obligations?
Just once. It was before during winter break. Financial aid hadn't come in yet. There was a delay, and I didn't have the money for rent. But I told Christian that I would have it. It would just take a week or a couple of days for the money to come in.
Okay, Christian, you're referring to your junior year. I may have misspoke. I'm asking about your sophomore year when you lived with Nathan.
Oh, no. No. I didn't have any financial problems.
I apologize. Just clarify. Who did you live with your sophomore year?
Nathan, Jared, and Calvin.
Okay. Did you receive financial aid your sophomore year?
Yes.
Did you have any difficulty making your financial payments for rent expenses your sophomore year?
No.
Let's now turn to your junior year. Where were you living then?
Hawthorne residence?
Did your financial aid go down your junior year?
No.
At some point, did you have difficulty your junior year of making a rent payment on time?
Yes.
What happened?
It was winter break and financial aid hadn't come in yet, and rent was due, and I told Christian that it would be about a week or a couple of days for me to actually get the money in. And
Do you know why there was a holdup or why there was a delay in your financial aid?
yeah, I think because for financial aid, I didn't use my middle name, Alejandro, but for the DREAM Act, which is the application for undocumented people, I did use Alejandro, and I think the names they couldn't match the names, so they had trouble like actually sending out the aid.
So, did you ever have your junior year financial difficulties in the sense that you didn't have enough money, or was it simply you didn't get it at the time you needed it to make that rent payment?
I just didn't get it at the time that I needed to make the rent payment.
Did it eventually come in?
Yes.
Do you remember going home to Tracy for winter break of your junior year?
Yes.
Now, we heard your father testify that he and your mother asked you not to come back or not to go back to UC Davis.
Yeah.
What, if anything, do you have any memory of having a conversation with your father that winter break about coming back to Davis?
Not my father.
Do you remember having a conversation with your mother?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember she asked me to move in with them, but I told them I couldn't at the time.
Did she tell you why she wanted you to move in with them?
No.
You recall them ever having a conversation with you that they were concerned about how you appeared or how you were acting? This is again winter break.
Yeah, I think my mom, she said something that I looked different and that I was like acting differently and if I was okay, but I told her that nothing was wrong.
You're not objecting to say if offered for the truth.
It's not being offered for the truth. Yeah,
Speculative listener.
noted. Yeah.
When your mom told you this, that you were acting differently, you looked differently, what did you think?
I didn't really think of anything at that time. I thought I was okay.
Do you have any memory of your dad talking to you about how you were acting?
No.
At any point when you were at UC Davis up until the winter quarter, did your parents ever make an effort to suggest that you see a mental health professional, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, or a counselor?
No.
Other than, did Kaylee ever suggest that you see somebody?
I think so.
Other than Kaylee, do you remember anyone else suggesting that you see a mental health professional?
No.
When you're home, again, this is winter break, your junior year, you remember anything from that break that you now recognize was a symptom of schizophrenia when you're home?
No.
Do you go back to Davis in January of 2023 for the start of the winter quarter?
Yes.
Who took you there?
My dad and mom.
Did you have a car to get back?
No.
So if your father hadn't taken you, how would you have gotten back?
My mom, or they would both take me there.
Okay. If your parents said, "We're not taking you, Carlos," how would you have gotten back?
I don't know.
Did your parents ever tell you, "Carlos, we're not taking you back"?
No.
You previously testified that you always contacted your siblings very regularly.
Yeah.
Did that change at some point, your junior year?
Yeah.
How so?
I wouldn't text them as often. Yeah.
When you returned from winter break, do you recall if you stopped talking to your roommates?
I think for a while I did, for a while I did talk to them, but after a while I didn't talk to them.
You know why you stopped talking to your roommates?
No.
Did you stop talking with your family?
I just spoke with my grandmother.
Your grandmother in El Salvador?
Yeah.
Why did you stop talking with your family in Tracy?
I wouldn't text them or they wouldn't really reach out to me.
So, do you recall hearing Kaylee and your sister testify that in February of 2023, they were trying to contact you and you didn't respond?
Yeah.
Do you remember them, your sister and your brother, reaching out to you and you not responding?
No.
Do you remember an incident where Phil came to your room and told you that your sister and brother were trying to contact you?
No.
What type of phone did you have during this period? Again, it's now we're winter quarter 2023.
Yeah, I had a iPhone X Max, and then I had another phone, iPhone 11,
Which one did you use?
the X Max.
What sort of condition was it in?
It was in a pretty bad condition. It was cracked from the front and the back.
Did that phone hold a charge very long?
Since it was old, it didn't really hold a charge for very long.
You recall seeing the testimony of Brian Chase when he talked about, again in January, how there were periods where that phone was dead for multiple days?
Yeah.
Do you remember why that phone would go dead for so long periods of time?
No.
Did you, again, now we're into winter quarter, when you went back, did you continue going on your walks to Sycamore Park?
Yeah.
Would you bring your knife with you?
Yes.
How often would you bring the knife?
I think every time I would go to Sycamore Park, or I would, yeah.
What would you do with the knife at Sycamore Park?
I would do the same thing. I would throw it to the tree to see if it will stick, or I would carve like an image on another tree.
Now, did you have any more luck with this knife getting it to stick in the tree than you had with the blade?
Not really. It was still just like bouncing off.
And how long would you do this routine when you get to the park of throwing this knife at the tree?
For a while.
And as you sit here saying, you know why you did that?
No.
You said you used a knife to carve into a tree?
Yeah.
What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I remember going to one of the trees near the footbridge and like carving out or trying to carve out like a face.
Where was this tree located in relation to the footbridge?
It was like the second or third tree away from the footbridge.
Do you recall, other than that it was after winter break, do you recall what month you began carving in this tree?
No.
Do you recall carving in any other tree?
No.
I'd like to show you the marked defense exhibit NN. Photo 2. Mr. Reales Dominguez, do you recognize what this shows?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the face that I tried to carve out.
And when you started carving that face, was there bark on the tree?
Yeah.
What would you do with the knife to make the face?
I would just like stick the knife into the tree.
How many times, different times that you went to Sycamore Park, did you work on this face, if you know?
It was a couple of times, but I don't know a specific number.
Was it more than one?
Yeah.
Was it more than two?
Yeah.
Do you have a laser pointer?
Yeah.
Now, I know the projection may not be as good, but can you point to where the features that you believe look like a face?
Yeah, so here are the eyes on the top. Here's the nose, and then this would be the mouth.
And by mouth, you're circling like a hole.
Yeah.
Did you dig out that hole?
Yeah.
And what did you use to dig out that hole?
The knife.
Do you know what prompted you to decide to carve a face into the tree?
No.
Was this supposed to be a face of someone specific or something specific?
No, I just kind of carved out the features of the face.
And showing you defense exhibit NN photo 4. I'm going to zoom in. Can you see the face here?
Yeah.
And is this right by the footbridge?
Yeah.
And where does that footbridge lead?
To the other side of 113.
In addition to going to Sycamore Park, beginning in the winter quarter, did you begin going anyplace else when you would leave for a walk or a bike ride?
Yeah.
Where did you start going?
To the train tracks.
And what train tracks would you go to?
The ones across Ryder.
And how would you get there?
I would either bike or I would walk along the train tracks, and there was like a log that I found where I would sit down and kind of just look at the train tracks.
And by log, what are you referring to?
The sitting log.
Now, sitting log, is that a term I use to refer to a down power pole?
Yeah.
What did you know it as at the time?
I just thought it was a log.
Do you recall when you first became, well, where was this log located?
It's located before Second and Nail by the train tracks.
When did you become aware of this log?
I think in February.
And what would you do, when you went to this log, would you bring your knife?
Yeah.
Let me stop you there. Okay, and mark your spot. Okay, Mr. Reales Dominguez, we're gonna take a break so you can return to council's table now.
Okay. Thank you.
Afternoon break to the jury. Do not discuss the substance of the case, don't form any opinions, don't research. I'll see you all in 15 minutes. Thank you, folks. Thank you, council. Off the record. More? Thanks. And then Mr. Hutchinson, for my benefit, can you bring that mic just very close?
So, you said you would sit on the log and look out across the train tracks?
Yeah.
What would you see across the train tracks?
I would just look at the tracks.
I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit E, Photo 1. Do you recognize what this depicts?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a picture of the tracks and where the sitting log is at.
Okay. And can you point to where the sitting log is?
Yeah, it's like right there.
Now, did you go to the sitting log as often as you went to Sycamore Park?
No.
Do you see the overturned chair there?
Yeah.
Do you have a memory of the overturned chair?
No.
You said you would stare out across the tracks. What is beyond the tracks?
Rider apartments.
Let me show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit E, Photo 5. What does this show?
The tracks in the rider apartments.
And is this generally what you could see when you stare across the tracks?
Yes.
You said you would bring your phone to the park and play chess sometimes.
Yes.
Did you always bring your phone on your walks?
Not always.
Did you ever bring your phone to the, if you remember, did you ever bring your phone to the sitting log?
No, I don't remember.
Would you bring your knife to the sitting log?
Yes.
What do you remember doing with your knife at the sitting log?
I just remember it being in my pocket.
So you were at Sycamore Park, you have memories of throwing it at a tree and carving it.
Yes.
Carving at a tree.
Yes.
Do you have any memories of doing anything with the knife at the sitting log?
No.
Now, when you would go on these walks, we're in the winter quarter, are you continuing to hear whispers in your bedroom?
Yes.
When you would go on the walks, either to the Sycamore Park or the Sitting Log, let me back up. Would you ride a bike sometimes to the Sitting Log?
Yes.
Did you own a bike at that time?
No, I borrowed a bike.
What bike did you use?
It was a mountain bike that was on the side of the house.
Was it a bike that had been left there?
Yeah.
Who did you believe the bike belonged to?
I thought it was Aiden's.
And who is Aiden?
He's another fraternity brother of ours.
Did he live at the residence with you?
No.
So when you went to the Sitting Log, would you sometimes walk and sometimes take Aiden's bike?
Yeah.
You said you would get up and walk around. Where would you walk to?
I would walk around the neighborhood, but there was this, it was like this overpass where there was like trees near the sidewalk, like covering the sidewalk. Like it was like a little it made like a little shadow cover, and I would just walk through there.
And by neighborhood, are you referring to the streets kind of north of the Sitting Log?
Yeah.
Do you know why you went to, of all the various places in Davis, why you went to this location? Do you know?
No.
When you said you were still hearing the whispers in your room. When you would go either to Sycamore Park or the Sitting Log, would you still see the shadows in the distance?
Yes.
At this point, did you believe the whispers and the shadows were connected?
Not at this point. Not at that point.
At some point, did you believe that the shadows were connected?
Yes.
At some point, did you begin to see the shadows, these shadow figures at a closer distance?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember I was on a bike ride, and I looked at my shadow, and it looked like there was it like shape shifted into like another form, like a creature. Like I remember one time there was this, it had like a tail, and then I looked behind me to see if there was something that could explain the tail to be there, but there wasn't. This other time where I had horns, and I kind of like reached for my face to see if they would go away, but they didn't, or at least on the shadow. And I remember there being like another shadow where I was bald.
So you would see your own shadow, and then it would change into horns, the tail, and bald?
Yeah.
Is this the first time you'd ever seen the shadow figures do that?
Yeah.
How did that make you feel when you saw that?
I felt scared because they were like shape shifting, and they were closer than before.
What do you mean by shape shifting?
Like it took like a different form rather than my own shadow.
How many times, if you know, did you see the shape-shifting shadow figure in your own shadow? How many different occasions did that happen?
I think it was just those 3 times.
So let's break it down into the three different times when you saw the shape-shifting shadow in your own, because I think you combined them a little bit. Which was the first one? What did you see?
The first one was the horns.
And when you saw the horns, what did you do?
I like tried to like reach for my head to see if there was something on my head, to see if the shadow would change, but it didn't.
Okay. What was the next one? What do you remember seeing?
The one with the tail.
And what type of tail was it?
It just looked like if it was like a string like behind me.
And what was the third time that you saw the shape-shifting shadow?
It was where I was bald, where like the shadow was bald.
At this point, when you see the shapeshifters, do you think it's connected to the whispers in your bedroom?
Yes.
What did you think at the time?
That time, I started to think that they wanted to get me, or like they were after me, that they wanted to take control over my actions.
Did that scare you?
Yes.
Now, other than Sycamore Park and the sitting log, was there any other specific location you would go to for your nightly walks?
No.
How frequently were you going out at night during this time period? We're now in the winter quarter.
Pretty frequently.
Was it every night?
Yeah.
Would you sometimes go in the day?
Only if I had to go to the store or if I had to go to school.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about Central Park. Are you familiar with Central Park?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Central Park?
I went to the farmer's market that they hold there.
What years did you go to the farmer's market at Central Park?
My sophomore and junior year.
Did you go your freshman year, or was there none because of COVID?
No, I think I went towards the end of freshman year.
Was Central Park ever a destination for one of your walks at night?
No.
Other than going to the farmer's market, would you sometimes pass by Central Park?
Yes.
I'm not plugged in, my apology. I'd like to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit UU. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what does it show?
It's a overview of Central Park.
And do you recognize the streets around Central Park?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you see the area where the farmer's market is?
Yes.
Based on your memory, is that the area where the farmer's market is held?
Yes.
At some point, do you remember going home for spring break in March of 23 for Dylan's birthday?
Yes.
Prior to spring break, sometime during the winter quarter, did you recall having a contact with a police officer?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember I was riding near the sidewalk of Central Park towards Russell, and I remember a SUV just pulled up in front of me, and he said, "Hey, can I talk to you?" And then that's when I stopped my bike. I looked over and seen that it was the police, and I stopped.
West side of Central Park.
Yeah.
Left side of the photo.
Yeah.
Which direction were you riding?
North, I think. Yeah, that way.
North toward Russell?
Yeah.
You said you're on a sidewalk?
Yeah.
Which sidewalk were you on?
On the left side of the park, the one that runs through here.
So the sidewalk that borders the west side of the park?
Yes.
Where did if you're riding north, where did the police SUV come from?
It came from behind me, so it was riding the same way towards Russell, and it just came from behind me.
And what, if anything, did the patrol SUV do to get your attention?
He just yelled at me. He said, "Hey, can I talk to you?"
Did he stop his car?
Yeah.
Where did he stop in relation to you?
In front of me, or like towards the side of me, but it was ahead of me.
So you're riding, where do you see the patrol car? You're riding north, where do you see the patrol car or patrol SUV?
Towards the left of me.
And when it stopped, was it a little bit in front of you?
Yes.
How did the officer contact you?
He yelled at me. He said, "Hey, can I talk to you?"
Was his window rolled down?
Yeah.
Was this officer a man or a woman?
It was a man.
Did he get out of the car?
No.
When you said, "Can I talk to you?" what did you do?
I stopped and I looked into his window and said, yeah.
Do you recall whether this was a Davis police SUV or a UC Davis police?
No, I don't recall.
You said the officer was a man?
Yeah,
Do you recall what race he was?
I think he was white.
So when he asked if he could talk to you, and you said, yeah, what happened then?
Then he asked for my name, and I gave him John Joes.
Where did the name John Joes come from?
I don't know. I think it just came out of nowhere.
So when you gave him the name John Joes, what happened then?
Yeah. Then he said, "Okay, you can go."
And what happened then?
And then I just went back home, and yeah,
Did this officer ever get out of his car?
no,
Did he ever ask you for a date of birth?
no.
And once you gave him the name John Joes, how much time passed before he said you could go?
It was like 2 or 3 seconds.
And what happened then?
Then I just kept riding my bike on the sidewalk and went home.
Did you see where the officer went, or the patrol car went?
No.
Do you know why you gave him the name? Why you didn't give him your real name?
No, I don't know why.
At some point, do you remember being home for Dylan's, at least for the celebration of Dylan's birthday?
Yes.
Okay, and when was Dylan born again?
In March 18th of 2007.
If you know, was the birthday on his actual birthday, or was it just you were home for spring break and you celebrated it?
No, it was for his actual birthday.
What do you remember about being home for spring break?
Yeah, I remember for my brother's birthday, my mom asked me if I could go get a cake for him at the store. So I went to the store and got a cake. It was a chocolate ice cream cake. And yeah, I remember we celebrated his birthday and we took pictures.
We heard testimony that you stayed in the room the entire time and only came out to cut the cake. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Do you remember if you stayed in the room your room the entire time?
I was upstairs, but not downstairs where like the party was going on.
Were you at the party at all that you remember?
Yeah,
When were you at the party?
I remember. I think it was for pictures when they had to take pictures.
Did someone come and get you to bring you to the pictures?
Yeah,
Who was that?
my little sister.
Other than going to the store to get the cake and coming out for pictures, do you remember what you did the entire time you were home for spring break?
No.
Did you stay in your room?
Yeah, upstairs or in the room.
What did you do in the room, if you remember?
I think I would just lay there and just kind of like just stare out.
Do you remember laying there and staring out?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Reales Dominguez, we've heard a lot of testimony about you staring at walls. Do you have specific memories of you staring at walls during any of these time periods?
No.
You remember staring at the bush?
Yeah.
You remember staring out across the train tracks?
Yeah.
When you were at Sycamore Park, did you ever sit on the play structure and stare?
Yeah.
What would you stare at?
I would just look at the ground where the stairs were.
But as you sit here today, do you have any independent memory of staring at walls, either at Tracy, at Jack in the Box, in your apartment, at Parkside, or your apartment at Hawthorne?
Not at walls.
At some point, did you return for your spring quarter after the spring break.
Yes.
Recall who brought you back to Davis?
It was my parents.
Did they ever, you said your mom asked you to stay when you came back after the winter break. Did either of them ask you to stay in Tracy for the spring break that you recall?
I don't think so.
Who drove you back?
My dad.
And if your dad hadn't driven you back, how would you have gotten back to Davis?
I wouldn't have gone.
At some point after returning, did you see a shapeshifter at close distance that was different than the other shapeshifters?
Objection meeting.
Over.
No.
Do you recall seeing a shadow figure on a bicycle at some point?
Yeah.
Where did this happen that you saw a shadow figure on a bicycle?
I was coming from Sycamore Park, and there was what looked like a shadow figure coming my way riding a bike, and it was pointing at my direction, or I thought he was pointing at me, and his mouth was opening like if he was laughing really, really extremely, like really wide, and he was doing a laughing gesture with his other hand, with his free hand.
Okay. How was this shadow figure different than the other shadow figures you'd seen?
This time it wasn't like part of my shadow, like it was something different that I seen.
It was on a bicycle?
Yeah.
Had you ever seen a shadow figure on a bicycle before?
No.
So you described something with the shadow figure's mouth. Can you describe what type of mouth the shadow figure had?
Yeah, so it was like a black void inside, and it was opening like really like not normal, really widely, like opening and closing.
So you're gesturing with your hands, you're moving about a foot apart.
Yeah, it was like this big.
So was the mouth opening like the normal size that a person's mouth would open, or was it opening larger?
It was larger.
Okay. And when the mouth opened, what, if anything, could you see?
It was just like a black void.
What do you mean by a black void?
Like it was just dark in his mouth, and you could see like the dark.
Any other features about the shadow figure's head that you could see other than the mouth opening and the dark void?
No.
What was the shadow figure doing with its arms as it was riding on the bicycle?
Yeah, so with one arm he was pointing towards my direction or at me, and then his other arm he was doing like a laughing gesture.
Could I have you stand up so you can demonstrate
Yeah.
what it was the shadow figure was doing with its arms?
Yeah, so it was pointing at me, and with his other arm he was like doing like a laughing gesture, and then his mouth was opening.
So you're pointing out with your left hand?
Yeah, and then his right hand was just going up and down.
His
And then
right
his
hand going
mouth.
up and down from its waist to like the chest?
Yeah.
And you say it's like a laughing gesture. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like, or it looked like he was like laughing with his mouth open, and it looked like he was corresponding with his hand.
So kind of a situation where someone was laughing really hard and moving their arms?
Yeah.
Did you actually hear any laughing?
No.
Did you hear anything?
No.
What, where was the shadow figure in relation to you? Was it, well, where was it traveling in relation to you?
It was coming towards me.
When you saw this, how did you feel?
I felt really scared and paranoid
Why were you scared and paranoid?
because it was like coming at me, and I didn't know what to do, and it was the first time that I seen like a shadow figure, like not within my own shadow.
And did you think this was a shapeshifter?
Yes.
So when it's coming at you, it's pointing at you with its left hand, moving its hand with laughing gesture with its right, and its mouth is opening for the void. What did you do?
Yeah, then I was near a corner, so I turned the corner, I made a left, and that's when I stopped seeing the shadow.
So what do you mean you made a left?
So I was walking on the opposite side of Sycamore. I don't remember the street, but I was near the corner, and the shapeshifter was coming towards me, and I just made a left turn into one of the streets and kind of just kept walking.
Okay, were you walking, which direction were you walking on Sycamore?
I think south.
And were you on, let me see if I can. Showing you what's been previously marked offense exhibit D. You recognize this?
Yes.
So, you were, which way were you walking on Sycamore?
South, I think, going down this sidewalk, or this side over there.
What side of the road were you on?
The west side, or the east side, on this side.
And where was the shadow figure coming from?
From the bottom of the picture, so it was coming from here.
And when it came towards you, you were standing at a corner?
Yeah, I was walking near a corner.
And do you remember which corner you were at, whether it was Bucknell, Purdue, Cornell, or Harvard, or something below that?
I think it was Bucknell. I remember there was trees in, like, near the streets. I don't know if it was Bucknell or this street right here.
So you think it may have been either Bucknell or Purdue?
Yeah,
Were you across from the elementary school?
yeah.
So you see it, you make a quick, how do you turn onto the street? What do you do?
I kind of just like turn as I get to the corner. So I was walking and then I just followed the sidewalk.
And did you see what happened to the shadow figure?
No.
What did you think at that moment, that you had this shadow figure come directly at you, pointing with a laughing gesture and opening its mouth? What did you think at that point?
Yeah, I was just paranoid and scared. I didn't really know what to think.
Did you still think that the shadow figures were after you?
Yes.
When you previously testified, you were concerned they wanted to control you.
Yeah.
Were you worried about anything else?
No.
So at some point after seeing the shadow figure on the bicycle near Sycamore Park, did you see a shadow figure at Central Park in Davis?
Yes.
What do you recall about the time you saw the shadow figure at Central Park?
Yeah, I remember I went out on a bike ride, and while I was riding the bike, I seen like shadows, like smaller shadows off in the distance. And
So are these still the same shadows you'd seen before off in the distance?
yeah,
Where did you go for a bike ride at?
I went to downtown Davis.
Do you recall specifically where you went to downtown Davis?
No, I kind of just rode around.
Do you recall if you went to the city log?
No.
At some point, did you ride, do you recall riding past Central Park?
Yes.
Prior to riding past Central Park, had you seen the shadow figures in the distance during your ride?
No.
What happened when you passed Central Park, or did you approach Central Park?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I just remember sitting down at a bench.
And do you recall specifically where you entered Central Park?
I think it was towards the northeast side by the firefighters.
And do you recall sitting on a bench?
Yes.
And where was your bike, if you recall?
I don't recall.
And was it nighttime?
Yes.
Once you sit on a bench, what do you remember?
I remember I was looking at one of the trees and I started to hear clear voices They were telling me, you won't go up to him, you won't go, you won't, you won't. And that's the first time I heard like actual voices, and I started to get paranoid.
So prior to hearing the voices, have you seen anyone or anything at the park?
No.
And you were staring at a tree.
Yes.
These voices that you heard, where you said, you won't go up to him, you won't, is that what it was?
Yeah.
How were these voices different than the whispers you had heard?
Yeah, it was the first time that I could actually make out what the voices were saying.
And so when you heard that, how did you react?
I started to look around, and then on the bench next to me, or the bench over it, I seen a shadow figure, and that's when I just felt my body like get up and lunge at him, and I kind of just like blank out.
Was the shadow figure that you saw on the same bench as you or a different bench?
A different bench.
And so were you still on your bench when you saw the shadow figure on the other bench?
Yes.
And what did you do? What do you not asking what you think happened based on the evidence, but what do you have a memory of doing?
I just remember getting up and running towards the shadow figure's direction.
And what do you remember then?
Then I remember seeing like half a face, like with just the eye and like a mouth. And then I remember getting scared and going to my bike.
Do you recall any physical struggle with the shadow figure?
No.
When you first saw the shadow figure, did it have any sort of definition, or was it just the dark shadow figures you'd seen before?
Yeah, it was just like the shadow figures I've seen before.
And at some point, what do you recall seeing that was different than just the dark?
Yeah, then I seen like an eye and a mouth, and that's when I got scared and went to my bike and rode my bike home.
When you say you saw an eye and a mouth, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so it was just like an eye and a mouth, just like looking at me.
Is it an eye and a mouth like a human type eye and mouth?
Yeah.
When you saw that, how did that make you feel?
I just got scared.
Why did you get scared?
Because it was like the first time that I seen like a shadow shapeshifter like shapeshift into something else.
Was that the first, did you think this shadow was a shapeshifter?
Yeah.
Prior to this time, had you ever seen the shapeshifters have any sort of specific human forms, like an eye or a mouth?
No.
So when you saw the eye and the mouth, what did you do?
Then I ran to my bike and rode my bike home.
How did you feel at that moment?
I was just really scared and paranoid.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, you said you remember getting up and running toward the shadow figure?
Yes.
Did you want to kill the shadow figure?
No.
Did you intend to kill the shadow figure?
No.
When you got on your bike and rode off, did you believe that you had killed the shadow figure?
No.
What do you remember about after leaving Central Park? You remember getting on your bike?
Yes.
What do you remember next?
Then I remember riding down Rosso to my house.
Anything specific that you recall about that ride home?
No.
Do you recall how you were feeling on that ride home?
I was just paranoid.
Do you remember getting home?
No, I just remember walking across the living room and going to my room, and then I stopped because I seen a book under a couch, and I was thinking of picking it up, but like I just decided not to pick it up, and I just went straight to my room.
So you say you saw a book under a couch. What do you remember seeing?
Yeah, it was just like a leather book under a couch. It looked like a diary, and I was gonna pick it up and just put it on the table or on the couch, but I just decided not to pick it up, and I just went straight to my room.
Do you know what about this book caused you to focus on it and consider picking it up? Is there anything special about this book?
No,
Had you ever seen the book before?
no.
Do you know why, of all the things in the house, you were suddenly focusing on this book?
No, I don't know.
Do you have any, after the time you saw the shadow figure at Central Park with the eye in the mouth, do you have a recollection of being at Sycamore Park but not seeing the shadow figure?
No,
Would you go to, during this time period, would you still go to Sycamore Park generally every day?
yes,
Do you recall, again, after encounter with the shadow figure at Central Park, seeing a shadow figure at Sycamore Park?
yes.
What do you recall?
Yeah, so I remember I was on my way home. I was on the bike path, and
Let me stop you there. You remember being on the bike path?
yeah,
What bike path at Sycamore Park are you referring to?
the one that's near the houses.
Is that the one that leads to the bicycle overpass?
Yeah,
Do you have memories of going to Sycamore Park that night?
no,
Do you have memories prior to being on the bike path, whether you had been throwing your knife into the tree?
no,
Do you remember if you'd been carving again that night into the tree?
no,
So you remember, but you do remember being on the bike path?
yeah.
And which way were you walking?
I was walking in east.
When you would go to Central Park, excuse me, Sycamore Park on your walks, when you would leave, would you, there's different routes you could take out. You could take the bike path, you could take the middle path. How would you leave the park? Did it depend on the day?
Yeah, I would take both, either one or the other.
So you're walking on the bike path, what's the next thing you see?
Yeah, then I see, similar to what happened earlier where I saw a shadow figure on a bike, I seen another shadow shapeshifter on a bike coming towards me.
Okay. What did this shadow figure shapeshift from the bike look like?
It looked like, or at least from the bottom of the torso, it looked like a still shadow, like a dark shadow. And then from the body up, I could see the hand pointing at me, gesturing with the other hand, similar to what I explained earlier. And then the mouth was opening again, really largely opening and closing.
So did it look the same as the previous shadow figure you'd seen on a bike near Sycamore Park?
Yes,
Was the mouth opening so you could see the void?
yes.
What was it doing with its arms?
It was pointing at me, and with its other free hand, it was doing like a laughing gesture.
Now at this point, was there another road you could duck into as you had done before?
No,
When you saw the shadow figure coming at you, pointing and doing the laughing gesture, did you hear anything?
no.
How did you feel?
I felt scared.
So what did you do then?
Then so the shadow shapeshifter was to the left of me, and I kind of stepped to the left to see if he would stop doing like what he was doing. But then we collided, and I fell backwards and he fell backwards.
Let me stop you there. So as you're walking, you said the shadow shapeshifter was a little bit to the left of you?
Yeah.
And you said you stepped to the left to see if it would stop?
Yeah, so I was walking and I kind of went to the left because I wanted to see if he would stop.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, asking your own mind, why didn't you step to the right to give the shadow figure room to pass by?
Because I wanted the shadow figure to stop, like pointing at me and doing the laughing gesture.
Okay. Did you believe what did you believe at that time stepping in front of the shadow figure would do?
I thought he would either move to the right or move more to the left.
And what happened then?
And then we collided. He fell backwards and I fell backwards. And then I remember getting up and lunging at him.
Were you scared of the shadow figure?
Yes.
What happened? What do you remember then?
Then I remember seeing a flashlight that was coming towards me, and I thought it was the shadow shapeshifters. So I took the bike and got on it and went towards the bike path.
What, you saw a light coming towards you?
Yeah.
Do you recall hearing anything?
No.
Do you recall seeing anything other than the light?
No.
Do you recall saying anything to this second shapeshifter that you thought was coming towards you?
No.
But do you remember getting on the bike?
Yeah.
What happened then?
Then I remember leaving the bike near a bush, and I ran back to Sycamore Park.
After you left the bike by the bush, did you immediately run back to Sycamore Park?
Yes.
Given that the shapeshifters were at Sycamore Park, why did you run back to Sycamore Park?
I didn't know where I was. I only knew like one way home, and it was through Sycamore Park, so that's why I ran back there.
Were you scared?
Yeah.
Where did you want to go?
Back home.
Do you have a memory of running through Sycamore Park?
Yeah.
What do you remember as to where you were running?
I just remember it was over some grass. I just remember running over grass.
Do you recall seeing anything or anyone while you ran over the grass?
No.
What's the next thing you remember?
That's about it for that night.
Now, Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you want to kill that shadow figure?
No.
Did you intend to kill that shadow figure?
No.
Did you believe at the time you got on the bike and rode off that you had killed the shadow figure?
No.
Do you remember anything about getting home
No.
after the Sycamore Park shadow figure?
No.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention. Do you recall when Ava Bendis testified?
Yes.
Do you remember taking Miss Bendis' class?
I remember some parts of it.
Do you have any memory of Miss Bendis herself?
No.
What do you remember about Miss Bendis' class?
I just remember reading the poems that she assigned to the class and taking the quizzes for the poems.
Do you recall what you would wear when you would go to Miss Bendis' class?
No, I don't.
Do you recall if you would wear a COVID type mask to class? Did you ever do that?
Yes.
Why did you wear a COVID type mask? And since we're now in spring of 2023, do you know?
I kind of just wore the mask.
I'm sorry?
I kind of just wore the mask to school.
My question is, do you know why you were still wearing masks at school?
No.
You heard Miss Bendis testify to some of the tests, the quizzes you took?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of taking quizzes in her class?
Yes.
You heard her testify that on the first quiz you used a name other than Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
Do you remember using a different name on the test?
No.
Do you know why you may have used a different name on the test?
No.
Ms. Bendis testified that on the afternoon of May 1st, she ended class early and saw you walking into the building with your backpack and walked directly past her. Do you recall hearing her testimony?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember going to Ms. Bendis' classroom and seeing her walk past?
No.
Do you have any memory of going to your English class and seeing that it's empty?
I remember it was one class where there was just one student there and the teacher, but I don't remember if it was Professor Bender's class or if it was another class.
Do you have any memory, though, of going to a class and no one being there?
No.
At some point, do you recall seeing a shadow figure in the area near the sitting log?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember?
I remember I was at the sitting log, and I remember getting up to go for a walk, and I went towards 2nd and L.
Let me stop you there. Do you have any memory of riding to the sitting log? The events leading up to getting there?
No.
Do you have a memory of being at the sitting log?
Yes.
Did you have a bicycle with you?
Yes.
What bicycle did you have?
Aiden's bike.
Now, you said there were times when you go to the sitting log, you would get up and walk around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Prior to when you saw the shadow figure, did you have any memory of walking around the neighborhood?
No.
Did you recall seeing the video of a person outside the thrift shop?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be you?
Yeah.
Do you have any memory of being down by the thrift shop?
No.
And do you recall seeing the video that shows a dark outline of a figure walking on the sidewalk?
Yeah.
This would be 3rd Street near L.
Yeah.
Do you have any memory of walking around on that area any point that evening?
No.
Were those the general areas where you would walk around on prior times that you've been at the sitting log?
Yeah.
So I'd like to go back. You're at the sitting log now. What do you remember?
Yeah, I remember I got up and I started walking towards my left, where 2nd and L run.
So you said you're walking to your left. Are you on the gravel portion of 2nd?
Yeah.
And where are you walking to?
I'm walking towards the curve where 2nd and L Street meet.
And what happened when you got to that curve?
I kept walking along the sidewalk, and that's when I seen a shadow inside a tent.
Let me stop you. Did you turn left when you got to the curve and walk along the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah.
Did you see any tents?
Yeah.
What do you remember next?
Then I remember seeing a shadow inside a tent, telling me to come near it, or it was signaling me to approach it, or that's what I took it as.
Okay. What type of shadow figure did you see? Can you describe what you saw?
Yeah, it was just like a body with like a hand stretching out.
Did it appear to be inside the tent, on the outside of the tent? What did it appear to you?
It appeared to be inside of the tent.
Did this shadow figure have the mouth that opened out, like the one on the bicycle, or no?
No.
What did you see its arm doing?
It was, or I took it as it like was telling me to come close to it, like it was signaling me to get near it.
Can you stand up and show what this shadow figure was doing?
Yeah, so it was reaching out its hand like this and telling me to come close.
So you're reaching out your right hand and moving it towards you,
Yeah,
waving for you to come close?
yeah, that's what I seen from the shadow.
Did that scare you?
A little bit.
Given that the shadow figure scared you, why, did you walk toward the shadow figure?
Yeah.
Okay, why, given that they scared you?
I kind of was reacting without thinking. I was like following what the shadow was telling me to do.
What do you remember next?
Yeah, then when I was a couple inches away, I remember the shadow kind of like came at me, or the hand of the shadow kind of like came at me through the tent. And that's when I flinched and I kind of like punched the shadow, like, or like made like a stabbing motion to the shadow.
You said you punched, and you also said you made like a stabbing motion. I'm asking not what you think, but your memory. Do you remember having your knife in the hand at the time you punched?
No.
What do you remember after, could you stand up and demonstrate what type of gesture you recall making?
Yeah, so I was approaching the tent, and then when it came at me, I kind of went like this, and I put my arm in front of me.
What do you recall then?
Then I heard a scream, and that's when I got scared and went to my bike.
Describe the scream that you heard.
Yeah, I remember it was very high pitched. I remember it hurt in my ears, and that's when I went to my bike.
Had you ever heard a shadow figure? Let me ask you. You'd heard voices, or whispers, correct?
Yeah,
And then at the time at Central Park, you heard the clear words.
yeah,
Had you ever heard a shadow figure scream before?
no.
So when you heard the scream, what did you think?
I just thought it was like a shadow figure just screaming.
Did that scare you?
Yeah,
So where did you run?
yeah.
Based on your memory, which direction did you run?
I ran back the way I came, so towards the tracks behind the PG&E building by the synagogue.
Now, you saw the surveillance video where there shows a dark figure around this general time running on 3rd Street, north of the PG&E. You recall seeing that?
Yeah,
Is that, based on your memory, is that where you remember running?
no.
Where do you remember running?
Towards the back of the PG&E building by the train tracks.
And what do you remember next?
Then I remember I got on my bike and started to head home. And once I crossed the train tracks, I remember turning
Stop you there. Which train tracks are you referring to?
the ones that cross over 3rd Street, I think, near 8th Street.
Are these train tracks right before 8th Street?
Yeah,
You remember crossing the train tracks?
yeah.
What do you remember then?
Then I remember I was turning into 8th Street, and that's when I seen a UC Davis van coming towards me and almost hit me. But I kind of like swerved the van and went to go hit I don't know if it was a pole or a wall, and I kind of like stumbled and almost fell from my bike.
And what type of van do you remember seeing coming towards you?
One of the UC Davis security vans?
And based on your memory, you believe that when you turned on 8th Street, the van was coming towards you.
Yeah,
You recall seeing the surveillance video from both the glass store and the Ace Hardware?
yeah,
You recall seeing a security van?
yeah.
Was that van coming towards you, or was it coming from behind you, at least on the surveillance?
I think from behind me.
If you remember, at any point after you turned on 8th Street, did you ever turn around? Do you remember turning around so that the van may have been coming towards you?
No.
So, You remember the van coming towards you. What happens then?
Yeah, then it almost hit me, but I swerved it, and I went and ran into, I don't know if it was a wall or a pole, and that's when I stumbled backwards and almost fell off my bike. And that's when I tried to ride my bike again, but I couldn't, and that's when I noticed the chain was broken.
I want to go back a little bit when you ran from the tent. When you punched through that tent, did you want to kill this shadow figure?
No,
Did you intend to kill the shadow figure?
no,
When you ran away, did you believe you had killed the shadow figure?
no.
So after you noticed the chain has fallen off after this encounter with the security van, what's the next thing you remember?
I remember being at the Memorial Union and trying to fix the chain, but I didn't get it to work, so I just kept riding when I was pushing the bike with my feet.
You recall seeing the video of you going down 2nd Street on the bike, pushing with one leg or the other?
Yeah,
Is that you?
yeah,
Do you have any memory of going down 2nd Street, pushing with one leg?
no,
And you recall seeing the surveillance near Memorial Union where you briefly went by the loading dock and then came out and appeared to be leaning over a bike?
yeah,
Is that the general area where you recall trying to fix the chain?
yeah, somewhere around there.
Have you ever fixed the chain on a bicycle before in your life?
Yes,
Were you able to fix the chain this time?
no.
What's the next thing you remember?
Then I remember riding by a church, or the church that's near Hawthorne, and yeah, that's all I remember.
How far is this church in relation to your Hawthorne residence?
Probably like 5-minute walk.
Is it, you recall the name of the church?
No.
Now, at some point during this time period, do you recall an incident when you stabbed yourself?
Yes,
Do you have a specific memory as to when this incident was in relation to the encounters with the Central Park shadow figure, the Sycamore Park shadow figure, and the shadow figure near the city block?
no,
Was it during the same time period though?
yeah.
What do you remember about the time you stabbed yourself?
Yeah, so I remember I was on my computer. I had a monitor, so I was just looking at the monitor, and I just remember reaching for my knife and stabbing my left hand.
Where in your left hand did you stab yourself?
It was near my thumb, between my thumb and my index finger.
And what did you do with the knife? How did you stab yourself?
I just reached for it and kind of like went towards my hand.
Do you know why you stabbed yourself?
No,
Did it bleed?
yeah,
Do you recall what, if anything, you did to control the bleeding?
no, I don't remember.
At any of do you have a specific memory of what you were wearing specifically at any of the three incidents with the shadow figures?
No,
Do you recall seeing the photos and the exhibits of the green shirt with blood on it?
yeah,
Do you recognize that shirt?
yeah,
Whose shirt is it?
mine's.
Do you remember seeing the photos of the athletic shorts with the white shorts with the suspected blood on it?
Yeah,
Do you recognize those shorts?
yeah,
Whose shorts are they?
mine's.
And what about the hamper? Do you recognize that hamper?
Yes,
Whose hamper was that?
mine's.
Do you have a memory as to whether you were wearing that specific clothing at any of the three incidents with the shadow figures?
No,
So prior to moving into Hawthorne, did you know how to do laundry?
yes,
Have you done, and by laundry I mean putting laundry in a washing machine, putting in detergent and washing it. Have you done that before?
yes,
Do you know how to use a washing machine?
yes,
Did the Hawthorne house have a washing machine?
Yes.
Were you able to use the washing machine if you wanted to?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of putting that bloody shirt and those bloody shorts in the hamper?
Yes.
When did you?
Or no.
Okay. Do you have a memory of putting them in the hamper?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing the bloody shorts and asking yourself, why is there blood on the shorts or the shirt?
No.
Now, we heard testimony from Joyce Fernandez that on April 25th, apparently you were sent an email that you were terminated from UC Davis. Do you remember hearing that?
Yeah.
Do you ever remember seeing that email?
No.
Did you believe, prior to the time you were taken to the Davis Police Department, that you had been terminated from UC Davis?
No.
During this period where you had the encounters with the shadow figures and the incident where you stabbed yourself, do you recall going to the academic counseling office?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember going to the College of Biological Science building, and I wanted to meet with an advisor. I asked the front desk if I could meet with someone, but they said that I needed to make an appointment online, and I just left after that.
Now, we saw evidence that you had made an appointment for May 2nd at now from 9:30 to 10. Do you remember making that appointment?
No.
We also saw evidence from Mr. Chase that approximately around 9:30 on May 2nd, you walked, your phone went from UC Davis to the, went from your house to UC Davis at around 9:30 and then came back at 10. Do you recall if that was the specific date you went to the academic counseling office?
No, I don't recall.
So, given that you did not remember making the appointment when you went to the academic counseling office, did you tell them you already had an appointment?
No.
And who did you speak to?
It was just the lady in the front desk.
Why did you want to go to the academic counseling office?
To meet with an advisor about my degree.
What did you want to talk about your degree?
I think it was to switch my major to psychology.
Why did you want to switch your major to psychology?
Because I didn't think I was going to do well in biological sciences, and I started to get interested in psychology, so I wanted to speak with an advisor about that.
Now, you said the receptionist told you to make an appointment.
Yeah.
We saw evidence that on May 3rd, you apparently made an appointment for May 17th. Do you have any memory of making that appointment?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention to May 3rd, the day you were contacted by the Davis Police Department. And I'm asking about what you remember, not what you saw in the videos.
Okay.
Do you remember being at home that day?
Yes.
At some point, did you decide to leave?
Yes.
Where did you decide to go?
To Safeway.
And why were you going to Safeway?
Yeah, so I woke up and I went towards my mini fridge and I seen that there was a hole in one of the breads, the bag of breads that I had. And usually Ember kind of like claws at it and like kind of digs it. And I just thought I needed to get more bread because of that.
What do you mean Ember claws or digs at the bread?
He like rips through the plastic and eats and starts to eat like the side of the bread.
Is that something Ember had done before?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would the fact that Ember had cut through, clawed through the bread, why do you get more bread?
I just thought it was bad after that, so I started to think that I needed to get more bread.
When Ember would claw through food or bite through the packages, would you eat the food?
No.
And you said you thought it was bad. Do you know why you thought it was bad?
I just thought it would like get ruined.
I'm going to approach you with a defense exhibit V. Let me make sure it's the right one.
Okay, just a moment. Mr. Lee, you can get what you need. I'm gonna stand up and stretch. Feel free to join me, folks. Thank you. We need session until 4:25. Back in the record after stretch break, and Mr. Hutchinson.
I'm going to show you what's been marked defense exhibit VV. Just showing you a defense exhibit VV. There's 5 photos. Just look through the photos and let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize those photos?
Yeah.
Do you recognize the items depicted in the photos?
Yes.
And where are those photos taken?
In my room.
And did you take the photos?
No.
But are the photos an accurate depiction of the items that you remember?
Yes.
Just a moment. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
Mr. Reales, I'm showing you a defense exhibit VV photo 1. What are we seeing in this photograph?
Yeah, that's a picture of my desk and the mini fridge. If you're standing to the right of it, if you were to sit down.
And you could have a lot. Do you have a lot of food stacked on top of that mini fridge?
Yeah.
Why did you keep all your food in your bedroom and not in the kitchen?
I had some food in the kitchen, but most of the food was in the bedroom, but I don't know why.
And you see a full loaf of bread there?
Yeah.
Is that the bread that you saw that Ember had clawed at or opened?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to zoom in. You see where my cursor is here, sir?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be an area where the bread bag has been opened?
I think.
Would it be, if I showed, be easier to see on the computer screen if I brought it?
Yeah.
Take a look. You can zoom in if you'd like.
Yeah, the holes would be usually bigger, but
Do you see a hole though in that?
yeah.
And when you saw a hole in the bread, you thought that, in the bread bag, you thought that was bad?
Yeah.
So, sir, where my cursor is, when you're able to look at the photo close, did you appear to see a hole in the plastic bag covering the bread?
Yeah.
Showing you what's been marked. Defense Exhibit VV photo. Excuse me. Photo 2. Does this depict the same food from the other side?
Yes.
Now, were you having, at this point, in May of 2023, or even in the weeks leading up to it, were you having financial difficulties in terms of your financial aid?
No.
Did you have money?
Yes.
Where would you keep your money?
In my bank account.
Who did you have a bank account with?
I think it was me and my mom.
What bank did you have?
Oh, Wells Fargo.
And I'm going to, did you have debit cards for Wells Fargo?
Yeah.
Zooming in, down here at the bottom, looks wrapped around a lighter. Do you see any cash?
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. From this distance, can you tell what type of bill that is?
No.
If I brought it up closer, would you be able to see what type of bill it is?
Yeah.
You can zoom in if you.
Okay. Okay.
Can you see what type of bill it is?
Yeah.
What is it?
A $20 bill.
And did you primarily, when you would buy things, would you primarily pay with cash or would you primarily pay with your debit card?
When I would go to the grocery store, it would primarily be with cash.
Would you buy things with your debit card at times?
Yeah.
Would you have cash in your room?
Yeah.
Showing you what's been marked, Defense Exhibit VV Photo 3, if we could publish, please. Do you recognize the items in this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my UC Davis ID, my Wells Fargo debit cards, and I think my insurance, my health insurance.
Now, if you remember, why did you have 2 Wells Fargo debit cards?
I think one of them expired, and yeah.
If you were zooming in, can you see the expiration date on this one?
Maybe.
That say 2/24?
I think so.
And zooming in from the top, can you see the expiration date of the top one?
Yeah.
That is 2/27?
Yeah.
Okay. So at least they weren't expired at the time. Do you have a memory of why you had 2 debit cards?
No.
Did you have 2 bank accounts or just one?
Just one.
Could your mom put money in the bank account for you?
Yeah.
Is that where you would put your financial aid money as well?
Yeah.
Did your mom often put money in your account?
No.
Would your parents ever pull money out of your account?
No.
Did your mom have the ability to pull money out of your account?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to the money that was in your account when you were arrested?
No.
Did you ever get a check for the money that was in your account?
No.
I'd like to go back. I apologize, sir. Again, this is Defense Exhibit VV Photo 1. I'm going to zoom in. Do you see this little, it's like a blue pamphlet?
Yeah.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's my El Salvador passport.
since you were brought to the United States by coyotes at 6, had you ever gone back to El Salvador?
No.
Okay. Why did you get a passport?
My mom kind of just got it for me. I was supposed to get, it's called a DI. So I forgot what it was called, but it's another identification that was for me. And yeah, she got the passport for me, and then she was also supposed to get that other identification for me, so I would have identification.
So at the time you were arrested, other than your passport and your UC Davis ID card, did you have any other forms of identification?
No.
And I'll back up, sir. At the top of this photo, Defense Exhibit DD Photo 3, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
My wallet?
Did you keep your debit cards, your ID card, and your health card in your wallet?
Yes.
And Photo 4, Defense Exhibit Photo 4, what does this show?
The corner of the mini fridge?
And does it show the passport?
Yes.
And Defense Exhibit DD Photo 5, what does this show?
It shows the passport open up.
And was that still a valid passport? Can you see from the date of expiration?
Yes.
How old were you, if you remember, when you got the passport?
18.
So, when you saw the bread, you decided to go to Safeway. Do you remember going anyplace else before you went to Safeway?
No.
When you left the house that day, was your purpose in leaving to go and get food at Safeway?
Yeah.
Did you bring your wallet?
No.
Did you bring your cash?
I don't remember.
Do you know why you left your wallet and cash if you were going to get food?
No.
We heard testimony that Justin Schaefer saw you at Sycamore Park, sitting on the play structure, staring at the ground. Do you recall being at Sycamore Park?
No.
Do you have any memory of Justin Schaefer following you?
No.
After leaving your home, what's the next memory you have?
I remember entering Safeway.
And what do you remember happening in Safeway?
I just remember then the police stopping me.
Let's go back to Safeway. Do you recall seeing the video?
Yeah.
Did you see yourself select the items?
Yes.
Did you see yourself walk out without paying?
Yes.
Do you have an independent memory, not what you saw in the video, of you just selecting items and walking out without paying?
No.
Prior to that incident, do you recall ever shoplifting before? By shoplifting, I mean going into a store, taking items without paying.
Yeah, I remember one time in high school, I went into a liquor store and took one of the bag of chips.
Other than that one time in high school taking a bag of chips, do you have any memory of ever shoplifting before in your life?
No.
What do you remember after leaving Safeway?
Yeah, then I remember the police pulling up in front of me and stopping me.
Do you recall seeing the body cameras?
Yes.
You recall seeing Officer Gonzalez's body camera where he was coming up behind you asking you, sir, can I talk to you?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Do you recall seeing Officer Story's body camera where he pulled his car in front of you?
Yes.
Do you have a memory of that?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I just remember the SUV came in front of me, and that's when I stopped, and Yeah.
And answer these questions, once again, I want you to focus on what you have independent memory of, not what you just saw in the video.
Okay.
What do you remember about talking with Officer Story, the first officer who stopped you?
I don't really remember talking to him.
What's the next thing you remember?
I remember being in handcuffs and sitting down at the curb.
What do you remember after that?
Then I remember them telling me or asking me if I wanted to go to the police department, and then putting me behind the car.
Do you have any memory, independent memory of a Detective Muscardini removing the handcuffs?
No.
Do you remember at some point being out of handcuffs?
Yeah.
And you said you remember them asking you if they wanted to go to the police department?
Yeah.
What do you remember them asking you?
If I wanted to go talk at the police department.
Do you have a memory of giving them the name John Joas?
No.
But you saw the video where you gave the name John Joas?
Yeah.
What do you remember asking if they could take you home or if you could talk there? Do you have any memory of that?
No.
What was your address at this time?
It was 762 Hawthorne Lane.
Do you know why you told them you lived at 782 Hawthorne Lane?
No, I don't know why.
The bag you were carrying with the grocery items in it, how long have you had that bag?
I think since sophomore year, so around a year.
Did that bag ever have handles when you owned it?
No.
Did it have handles at some point?
Yes.
When you would use that bag, how would you carry it?
I would grab both sides of it and kind of clench them up and grab them
When you say grab both sides of it, with one hand or two?
with one hand.
When that bag had items in it, could it be difficult to carry at times?
Yeah.
Now, you saw the video that there was a knife in the bag?
Yeah.
That the knife you searched for on Amazon?
Yes.
Did you also hear yourself telling the officers that you didn't have a weapon? You remember seeing that?
Yes.
Do you have a specific memory of having the knife with you when you were stopped by the police?
No.
What do you remember when you got to the police department?
I remember.
Back up. Do you remember anything about the ride to the police department?
No.
Do you remember anything about when you arrived at the police department?
Yeah.
What do you remember?
I remember it was Detective Steve Ramos that opened the door and walked me into the interview room.
What do you mean it was Detective Steve Ramos who opened the door?
He was the one that went to meet me when I got there.
Did you talk to him? You remember talking to him for some time when you were still in the back of the patrol car?
No.
So, after seeing Steve Ramos open the door to the patrol car, what do you remember next?
I remember walking into the police department, into the interview room.
Let's stop. We'll stop there. Okay, Mr. Reales Dominguez, thank you for your testimony today. You can return to council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, folks, we've got a full day tomorrow, and then I want to remind you that Wednesday is a half-day morning only, and we're scheduled for a full work day on Thursday and Friday this week. So again, Wednesday is morning only. And so we'll start at 9:30 tomorrow, okay? And so, as we do, when we say goodbye, I'm going to remind you of the three-part admonition. Don't discuss the case, don't research, don't form any opinions, and have a good night. We'll see you on Tuesday. Thank you, folks. Awkward.